never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump wants the Manhattan District Attorney booted from office immediately. On his social media site Truth Social, Trump called Democrat Alvin Bragg a danger to our country. That's a quote. The call comes as a New York City grand jury considers whether to indict Trump in a case involving him and alleged money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to cover up an affair. Protests are turning violent across the pond in Paris.
People are again protesting a measure to raise France's retirement age. Tear gas had to be used by authorities in the French capital. France's president defended his decision to implement the bill, saying he doesn't enjoy the measure, but insisted he had to take action. I'm Dave Collins.
The CEO of TikTok faced an hours-long question and answer session with lawmakers in the U.S. House of Representatives Thursday. Shou Chew insisted TikTok is not so much a threat to national security as some top U.S. officials might think. Colorado Representative Diana DeGette worried about what teenagers are seeing on TikTok.
The dangerous misinformation that you mentioned is not allowed on our platform. It violates them.
I'm sorry to report it is on your platform, though.
The app is owned by Chinese company ByteDance. Some Republican lawmakers are calling for an all-out ban on the app, while the White House is demanding ByteDance sell to a U.S.-based buyer. A separate hearing in Congress on Thursday saw top U.S. military leaders urging lawmakers not to cut the defense budget.
Everything that's been achieved over the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years, 7 years, all of that would start going in the opposite direction.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Mark Milley specifically cited a cut in military readiness should lawmakers slash the budget. The warning comes as Congress will eventually have to deal with the issue of raising the nation's debt ceiling. This is USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden says he's now focused on expanding the law known as Obamacare.
Getting more people affordable insurance, lowering prescription drug prices, giving families more breathing room.
He made the comments Thursday as the White House marked 13 years since former President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act into law. Biden called it the most consequential health care legislation since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid. Stocks closed higher one day after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates yet again. The market was also helped after Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said the Biden administration would take more steps to stabilize the banking system if necessary. Texas-based job site Indeed.com is laying off 2,200 employees. Its CEO, Chris Hyams, says the cuts are prompted by a slowdown in the overall job market and reduced demand for the company's technology. A business fail for Beyonce. The hip-hop and pop music superstar and Adidas are ending their creative partnership. The singer's custom clothing line, Ivy Park, fell well below projected sales last year and is not going to come close to meeting its goals this year, reportedly falling short by tens of millions of dollars. The contract between Beyonce and Adidas will finish at the end of this year. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, would you looky there? Hey, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, so welcome into Friday. All right, here comes the weekend. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we are at our Syncret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. I love a rainy night. No, not necessarily, but like it or not, rain, heavy rain. Even some rumbles of thunder in the last little bit. And we are not alone. Wow, looking at the big picture, yeah, heavy torrential downpours stretching from central and eastern Ohio, even into northern West Virginia. You're socked in the rain from Indianapolis down through southern Missouri, all the way down into now just east of Oklahoma City. A big storm system that's cranking up, and rainfall numbers really going to be piling up. 4, 6, even maybe 8-inch rainfall totals for some. And according to forecasters, storms may turn violent to close out the work week here on a Friday. We will, of course, break it all down with our travelers' weather coming up here. All right, for the March Madness fans, you've been glued to the television this past evening as we have begun the process of whittling down the Sweet 16 to, the Elite 8? All right, 3 of 4 games for our Thursday are in the books. And what do we see? Tennessee is out. Yeah, kind of an upset. Number 9 seed FAU over Tennessee, 62-55. So FAU moves on to face number 3, Kansas City. Is Kansas City, or Kansas State, that is. Kansas State downed number 7, Michigan State. 98-93 was the final there. So FAU, Kansas State in the Elite 8. UConn took care of business over Arkansas. It was a great run for Arkansas, of course, downing that number 1 seed Kansas last week. UConn moves on to face, will it be UCLA or Gonzaga? Because that's the final game of Thursday evening. That's down within their final minute at this point in time. Looks like Gonzaga ahead, 74-68. But we all know the last 4 minutes of some of these basketball games can last 24 minutes. So, all right, you got about 46 seconds is what I'm showing left on the clock there, 74-60. We'll keep an eye. Will it be Gonzaga or UCLA to move on? That, of course, as we head into Friday, we've got a couple of our number 1 seeds, the 2 remaining. Number 1, Houston will face off against Miami of Florida later in the day Friday. On the other side, number 1 seed Alabama faces San Diego State in the Sweet 16. The other 2 games, of course, Cincinnati fans pulling for number 3, Xavier. They'll face off number 2, Texas, the Longhorns, later today. And final game would be, there's that number 15 seed. Yeah, surprise, surprise, that has moved into the Sweet 16. Princeton, they'll face off number 6 seed Creighton here on our Friday. So the Sweet 16, by the time we roll into Saturday, will be down to the Elite 8. And those Elite 8 games will be taking place on Saturday and Sunday. By the time we close out the weekend, we will know it's down to the Final Four. Oh boy, how's your brackets looking there? All right. So again, keeping a close eye on the UCLA-Gonzaga game. It looks like UCLA's knocked it down to a 3-point game, 74-71. You never can tell in these final moments, right? All right, so we'll keep an eye on things. Give you the final score coming up here probably in the next few minutes. Meanwhile, back to our travelers' weather before we see who's checking in out of the box here on a Friday morning. Yeah, strengthening storm will unleash severe thunderstorms, flash flooding from portions of the south central through the Midwest. Yeah, through the day, Friday and even into Friday night. As runoff from the rain continues, flooding is expected to surge into some of the rivers this weekend and into next week. The same storm turned deadly, triggering damaging winds and flooding rains in California earlier this week. We even, of course, had that rare tornado in the Los Angeles metro area. Now, this system is regenerating over the central states tonight and through the day Friday. Now, we did see some stronger storms late this past evening, even the last hour or so, seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings through portions of southern Illinois, southern Missouri, right there along the Missouri-Arkansas line. But as we, again, head into the day Friday, the concern, according to the forecasters, of this volatile situation has kind of increased over recent days. Our experience is that often when a potent storm results in unusual impacts and damage in California, as we saw earlier this week, the associated disturbance traverses the country and can also produce noteworthy severe weather. And this appears to be one of those situations. Thunderstorms that erupt anywhere from northeast Texas to the panhandles of Mississippi and Alabama, on northward through southeast Missouri, southern parts of Illinois and Indiana, northeast Tennessee. All that zone will be at risk for all modes of severe weather, including localized flash flooding. A few of the tornadoes that develop could become strong, what they refer to as long track tornadoes. Also, hilly, wooded terrain in part of the region may conceal the approaching tornado. Now, the severe weather and tornado threat will extend well beyond the time the sun goes down Friday evening. Of course, that means nocturnal tornadoes. That's going to add to the dangers. Forecasters advising right now it is crucial to have means of receiving alerts when you go to sleep Friday night. Have a plan in place because it could save your life. Remind people, if you live in the affected areas, we all live busy lives, and sometimes maybe reaching out to a friend or family member, give them a call, a text, and let them know about the risks they may face later on this evening. They've been warning people since last weekend about the potential for severe weather from the mid-Mississippi Valley to the Ohio Valley due to the setup for these repeated downpours. As I said, we're talking pockets of 4 to 8 inches of rain as these downpours repeat for hours over the same areas, the training of thunderstorms between now and Friday night. Because of this, moderate flooding along some of the secondary rivers from Arkansas to southeast Missouri, southern portions of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, reaching over into parts of southwestern Pennsylvania and northern West Virginia. It's probably going to take a few days for all this runoff to reach the secondary rivers. It may not be till maybe next week until the waters reach the Ohio River and central portions of the Mississippi River. In this case, some of these rivers will occur, flooding will occur along some of these long after the rain has come to an end. All right, because heavy rain's not expected to fall over a broad scale south of the Ohio River and not reach northern portions of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, should not bring major flooding on the Ohio and Mississippi. However, the region will need to be monitored closely for additional rain this spring. Of course, you begin to get the melting snow near the headwaters of the Mississippi, and that's going to accelerate things there. Otherwise, while the risk of severe thunderstorms will be significantly lower by the time we get the weekend started Saturday compared to today, there will be an area where forecasters anticipate some problems around the Great Lakes, particularly from eastern Indiana to western Pennsylvania. Showers, thunderstorms. We'll be packing some strong winds. Could see some tree damage and power outages. Winds approaching 75 miles per hour. Active night as we roll into a Friday. Our number, 844-844-3388. We'll return in 12 seconds remain in the game. UCLA magically has a 1-point lead. 76-75, 12 points, 12 seconds left. Boy, oh boy, that's why it is March Madness. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, during our 2-minute time out there, 9 seconds ticked off the clock. I'm not sure if there's a delay. I've actually got the NCAA.com website before me. But with 9 seconds ticked off, that means 3 seconds left. Gonzaga sunk a 3. Uh-oh. 78-76. And I guess that was a foul committed on that as well, because now it's 79-76. 3 seconds left on the clock, though. You talk about a nail-biter. I don't know about you, but anybody suffer spring allergies out there? My, oh my. I've never been like officially diagnosed, but I typically suffer some, I would call it minor allergy issues, but for whatever reason, it seems like this spring is kicking my rear end. I got the runny nose, the itchy, watery, all the symptoms of spring allergies. Of course, the blossoms are all in full swing in our area right now. I guess hopefully this rain we're getting over the upcoming day may wash some of this pollen out of the air. But it was a pretty nice day there on Thursday. and the pollen is kicking. I've been blowing my schnoz, and I did take an Allerton I've never tried that before. I don't like taking a Benadryl to do the show because it makes you drowsy, you know. Hey, Steve Summers. So I did an Allerton, which is supposed to be a non-drowsy. I think it's a generic version of Zyrtec or something. But I know Eagle's been suffering for the last several weeks. When he checked in last evening, he was back in Texas. And surprise, surprise, northern Texas is one of the top capitals in the country for allergy sufferers. I was just checking out a bit ago. Spring is here. Allergy season is upon us. According to a recent study, allergies, obviously, in some cities are more severe than others. The Asthma and Allergy Foundation recently published their list of allergy capitals for 2023. And one North Texas city earned one of those top spots. Dallas was ranked second on the list of most challenging areas to live in if you suffer seasonal allergies all over the country. The city's worse than average scores for all pollen and allergy medicine use, as well as the average number of allergy specialists, all contributed to the rankings here. There is some good news for North Texans that are struggling with allergies this year. The rain in the forecast here as we head into the weekend should wash out some of the pollen. And of course, with each passing week, we get closer to the end of the spring allergy season. Looking at those top 10 cities around the country for the allergy season. Tree pollen, grass, weed pollen scores, over-the-counter medicine sales, and the availability of board-certified allergist. Starting at number 10, Greenville, South Carolina. All right, Des Moines, Iowa at number 9. Orlando, Florida at number 8. Several Florida communities in a row. 876, Orlando, Cape Coral, Sarasota, Florida. A lot of allergies. Into the top 5, Tulsa, Oklahoma, followed by Oklahoma City at number 4. Scranton, PA at number 3. There's Dallas, Texas at number 2. Worst city in the country for allergy sufferers. Wichita, Kansas, number 1, according to the Asthma and Allergy Foundation. There you go. Wow. So, looks like Gonzaga moves on to face UConn in the Elite Eight. Final score 79-76. Of course, what a nail-biter right down to the end there. Well, I guess we could say, hey, we're one day closer to the best day of the week, huh?
One day closer. Happy Friday.
What's going on, Captain Ron?
So you were talking the other night about that ski resort that had, I don't know, over 500 inches of snow or whatever that was.
Yep.
That ended up being right at 45 feet. I don't know if anybody figured it out.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, right at 45 feet. I saw a picture on Facebook where there was a skier, and he was standing next to a foam, what looked like a foam pole, but it was the top of the ski lift. You know, it has the wheels and all that. Did you see that?
Yes. Isn't that something?
That was crazy. But I saw somewhere on the internet that some McDonald's over there in the woke state of California is flipping the arches upside down in honor of Women's Day. Did you see that?
That was last week, wasn't it? International Women's Day or whatever. I saw that, yes.
Yeah, I don't remember when I saw it. But, I hit that. I showed you saw that picture that I posted on my Facebook. It ended up being a bird, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw something, and I leaned over towards the passenger seat just out of reflex, and I looked, and it was like, what in the world was that? And it looked like the clear part of an egg. You know, that when you put it into the frying pan, the clear that turns white.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like, with little bits and pieces of other whatever it was in there. But down in the lower left it looked like a yolk.
Correct.
But
That's why I said you probably hit a pregnant bird.
Well, do they have one like in the chamber, ready to go? I mean, I guess I never really thought about it, like a bun in the oven type deal.
That's what I mean. Well, yeah. I mean, before they lay their eggs in the nest, they're in there. So it looked to me like you hit a pregnant bird.
I guess I never even thought of it. But well, I see you're up against the break, so I'll let you go. Have a good weekend.
All right.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, he's talking about he hit something, and it had, well, it was more than bird crap. It was, bird yolk and everything else all over the window. I said, well, you think you hit a pregnant bird there, Captain Rom. He is correct. We're up to a news break. 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A bill that limits gender-affirming treatment care for minors is now set to become law in Georgia.
Governor Brian Kemp signed the bill, saying it would ensure we protect the health and well-being of Georgia's children. SB 140 outlaws licensed medical professionals from providing patients under the age of 18 with hormone therapy or surgery related to gender transition. I'm Dave Collins.
The FAA is investigating an incident involving 3 planes circling North Texas during the severe weather last Thursday. The agency says the pilot of a FedEx aircraft was alerted that a UPS plane was getting too close, causing it to descend into the 1,000-foot safety buffer with a United Airlines flight. Federal officials say there was not a risk of an imminent collision, but there could have been a conflict based on their flight paths. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying during times when they really can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Advanced Gum Restore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days. Exactly. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. Healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there we go. Good to have you on board. Rolling into a Friday, TGIF. Well, was the former president indicted on Thursday? No, he was not. And oddly enough, what was supposed to be another witness slated to testify in regards to the potential Trump indictment. Well, the grand jury met this past day, but they didn't meet in regards to the Trump indictment. They will not be meeting today, Friday. So now we move on. Everything's in. Yeah, some are saying this case may just kind of ultimately fade away, disappear. Yeah, the Manhattan grand jury that's weighing the criminal charges, not moving forward anymore this week. According to ABC News, sources say the grand jury is expected to maybe revisit the case Monday and could hear testimony from at least one more witness. The grand jury, again, did meet on Thursday, but they were deliberating on a different case. So it's really kind of bizarre. Is this Steve?
This is Dingbat.
Dingbat. Hello, Dingbat. It says it's Steven.
Okay. How are you?
Doing well. Haven't heard from you in a while. Is that knee all healed up now? Are you back on your feet?
I am, and I don't know if Braindead's been telling you about this diet we've been on, and it's been working tremendously. They say every 4 pounds, it's like 10 pounds on your knee. So I've lost almost 6 pounds. So if you do the math, I've lost almost 64 pounds off my knee, but I've lost 16 pounds altogether.
How about that? He did tell us he's been kind of, several weeks ago, he was telling us about you're actually turning over and looking at the ingredients, and there's some things you're trying to stay away from, and how odd California introduced legislation. I guess I think it's still pending. But he was talking about, Steve, you can't buy Skittles in Europe, and you can't buy this and that. And I guess they're introducing legislation to ban those chemicals from our food, well, at least in California.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Like, what we can drink here, they can't drink over there.
Right.
And it's weird. I mean, I don't want to say nothing personal, but Braindead's a diabetic, and there's a drink that he drinks. It's perfect for him, but also there's a candy bar, because I like chocolate, of course, and it's all natural sugars, like natural cocoa, and it's really good. I really highly recommend it. It's really awesome.
That's good.
But I've been working, and I took off this week for just like you were talking about allergies. Allergies were kicking my butt. This
Yes.
was bad.
Yep.
I mean, I was like, I called my boss, like, look, I got to take a week off. I can't go into work and do sniffles here and there and just, you know.
Oh yeah, coughing and sneezing. I got you.
But I just want to call in, check in, and see how everybody's doing, and tell everybody I'm still alive.
All right, that's good. Well, congratulations on the weight loss, and congratulations on the knee getting all better. It's probably feel like a whole new you.
Oh, it is.
Well, I got your nominee for DA of the week. I got one from you, and I actually got one from Brain Dead as well. So I got a couple this morning.
Oh, you got some interesting ones, I bet.
All right. Well, Dingbat, thanks for checking in. Sorry to hear about your Tennessee. I guess you were probably tuned in for that game this past evening.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Gator fan, so I kind of have a resentment against my Gators, but I know Brain Dead's probably heart crushed right now.
Yeah, okay.
Or as we call it, is feelers.
All right. Well, there's with 68 teams to start with, there's only one that can claim the championship. And they're whittling things down. There you go. All right. So you got a message here from Deborah. Hadn't heard from Deborah in a few days. Morning, Steve. What do we got? It's a chilly, rainy night here in Indiana. Maybe getting up to about 50 today, but lots of rain. They're talking possible flooding. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Have a fabulous Friday. Yeah, try to stay dry. That may be a difficult task here for many as we roll into a Friday. Who else we got on board? Country Bumpkin, hey there. Let's see. Kevin checks in. Good morning, Steve. The overnight cruise. Stay dry, stay safe tonight. Hello to Debbie in South Central Montana. All right. They tell us over the next 72 hours, South Central Montana looking at 7 to 14 inches of snow in the valleys, maybe up to 2 feet over the passes and higher elevations. Check your route, drivers, before traveling during this storm here. Hello to the Roadmaster, Chillicothe, Ohio. Yeah, we got rain, misty rain. Yeah, thanks so much, my friend, for tuning in. Captain Ron, we already spoke to him. One day closer to the best day of the week. That's Monday. Pappy, on board, 50 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Rain, rain, go away. As us nocturnal listeners, ready, raring to go. So let's roll, hammer down, and be safe. Hello, Bidu, on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down, be safe. Checking in from Kingston, New York tonight. All right, good to have you on board there, Larry. Marianne, as usual, with us. Good morning, everybody. Have a great weekend. Hello to Rodney, Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. We're clear, 38 degrees, heading to 48 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. You know, back when I was growing up in Detroit, there was a television station that had a public service announcement. It would say, it's 11 p.m. Do you know where your children are? That commercial later changed to, it's 11 p.m. Do you know where your parents are? I feel like they should bring that commercial back. Have a great show. Have a great weekend. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. How times have changed, right? Rubber Duck almost made the gorge. Found a spot in Newport. This 600-mile-a-day stuff is for the birds. But it's where the cars, that's where the cars are. Be safe, everybody. Yeah, I don't know my nighttime or not. I'm selling a blanket, but I'm going to bed. All right, there. Well, I think he's using the voice to text. Sometimes that gets kind of confusing. 5-7 is on board. Gilligan, hello, Steve and fellow listeners. Clear, warm here at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. Less than a week to the Mid-America Truck Show. Me and Marianne can't wait to meet everybody. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Very good. All right. Who else? Anybody else on board? The chat continues. Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday, or for her, it's Happy Hump Day. Of course, in our industry, flexibility is a requirement. Got an Owensboro Bowling Green, Kentucky pedal tonight after my load canceled and the Bowling Green driver called off. You need to play Kentucky Rain. It's a very wet and rainy Friday. But we're at 58 degrees, rolling along Interstate 71 there. Safe travels. Yeah, rolling in the rain tonight. I'll be slowing things down. It is 844-844-3388. Philly Dan, well, you're a little late checking in there, Philly Dan. You're almost always first out of the box, but TGIF. He has a beer emoji there. There you go. Everybody, have a great weekend. Kojak on board. Good morning, Steve. Heading to Nashville and Murfreesboro. We'll see you next weekend at the truck show. Everybody be safe out there. All right, Kojak, looking forward to it. Hello to Daniel, 37 degrees out here in, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. He says, I've been using the Mucinex D and Zyrtec for the allergy symptoms there. That's the only way I can breathe this time of year. And rolling into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, looky there. I scrolled down a little further, and there's the Georgia Peach. Hello, Wanda. And she says, thank you and the princess for inviting me back to the Mid-America Truck Show this year. Looking forward to seeing my friends and hoping to maybe make some new ones. Everybody be safe. All right. Yep. Yeah, it'll be good to see you next week. I can't believe we'll be heading down there next Wednesday. All right. The big show Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Louisville, Kentucky. Brain Dead on board. Morning, Steve. Hope you have a great weekend. Just a heads up if you're traveling from Memphis to Little Rock. They got the road work at exit 168. Pretty good backup once again. Yes, I saw my Vols lost tonight, but they've been playing off and on all year. And before I forget, I sent you a DA of the Week nominee, as we advise not to do this at home. Don't do this at home. All right. Hello to Dan, not Don, or I'm sorry, Don, not Dan. Don Adair. How about that? I spoke to Dan actually off the air last weekend, I think it was. And I told him that I actually heard from Don. I said, for the first time in years, Don had called the show. Don's checking in. Hey, buddy, running across the High Line in North Dakota tonight. Beautiful night, 25 degrees, and I'll take it. Have a great weekend. All right, safe travels there, Don. And 844-844-3388. Who we got on board? Artificial intelligence.
It's Doug, Steve.
Hello, Doug.
Can you hear me okay? Do I come in okay?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I have kind of a weird question for you. But this artificial intelligence, the chat...
GPT, yeah.
Chat, yeah, and that stuff, and some of the actual robots am I thinking right? There's some nefarious or awfully dark stuff that these robots get into, and they've had to unplug them. I mean, am I thinking right?
Well, 100%. I mean, there's been a number of stories and some researchers that are alluding to the artificial intelligence is kind of getting too smart, and actually, yes, nefarious things.
Okay. Again, it's kind of a weird question. I had an argument with somebody about it, and my stance is that, we got to be real careful with this technology because you couldn't let the cat out of the bag and never be able to put it back.
Uh-huh.
But, I don't know. I'm just kind of taking a wait and see or watch approach, but it's concerning. What, you have any other thoughts about it?
Well, I mean, I've referred back to Rambler reminded me the other night, the original Terminator, when the computers and the robots got too smart and thought they needed to take control. There are those alluding that if we're not careful, we may be headed down that road in reality rather than science fictionally. Stephen Hawking, remember the genius? He spoke about artificial intelligence before his passing, and he also said we have to be very, very cautious because it could bring the demise of humanity.
Right. Well, some of the chatbots or physical robots have said they want to do harm to humans, right?
Mm-hmm. Some of they've suggested that they know better than us.
Right. Okay. Well, we're on the same page then. So, well, thanks for taking my call, Steve. Just out here burning the midnight oil tonight.
Well, thank you for checking in. Yeah, you can do some little searching on the internet and find the Chat GPT. And High Tech was trying to explain the other night that they had the first iteration, then like version 2, version 3, and it's getting smarter or almost downright scarier with each update. Chat GPT has been trained on a massive text data set, giving it a vast knowledge base. It can answer questions on different topics, from history to science and so much more. This can be scary because it's hard to know whether Chat GPT is actually providing accurate information. Yes, several callers have suggested, a computer, and this has been all what I can wrap my mind around. A computer is a computer. It only knows what it is programmed by its human programmers. But I guess in reality, the programming has got to the point where they can actually teach themselves, which that's what is very difficult to wrap my human mind around. While ChatGPT has many legitimate uses, it also has the potential for misuse. It can be programmed to generate fake news, impersonate individuals, or even carry out cyber attacks. Now, this can be scary because it highlights the need for caution and regulation when it comes to this artificial intelligence technology. ChatGPT uses artificial intelligence and is machine-based. Therefore, it does not have human emotion or empathy. It can generate human-like responses. It does not actually understand human emotions or experiences. That's also scary to consider. It's because ChatGPT cannot necessarily provide the emotional support or a specific type of understanding that a person might need. If you're concerned, they say, what can you do to alleviate your fears? While ChatGPT can generate human-like responses, you got to remember it's just a machine. It does not have feelings or supposedly intentions and can only generate responses based on the data that it's been trained on. If you're using ChatGPT to answer a question or get information, verifying that information from other sources is also important to ensure the information you're receiving is accurate and reliable. While it is designed to be helpful, it's important to be cautious when sharing personal information. Avoid sharing sensitive information, things like your address or social security number with ChatGPT. As this technology advances, it's important to advocate for responsible development and use of these tools. That includes advocating for regulations that ensure AI technology is used for good and not for harm. It is an impressive technological achievement that has the potential to revolutionize the way we interact with machines. But you got to recognize it can be scary due to its ability to mimic human-like responses and the potential for misuse. If the technology is used for good, that's fine and dandy. We can embrace these tools while being mindful of their potential risks and limitations. Just a few from the PC Guide. A lot of talk about the AI thing. I have not logged in like High Tech has. And some of the things he shared the other night were he requested for the ChatGPT, write me a commercial for the Overnight Drive radio program in Hot Shot Secret. It's pretty impressive what it wrote, but it didn't know what Hot Shot Secret was, obviously. It hasn't been programmed for that yet. All right, 844-3388. Dingbat sent me, this is her nominee for a DA of the week. Pennsylvania State Police investigating after a security guard was dragged by a truck while chasing after a suspect who allegedly stole a giant foam carrot from the Easter display at the Clearview Mall. Troopers out of the state police barracks in Butler dispatched to Center Township after the giant foam carrot was reportedly stolen. The security guard who was on duty at the time of the theft told troopers he chased the suspects into a dark red Chevy pickup truck in the parking lot near the Texas Roadhouse. When he tried to open the door of the truck, he was dragged about a quarter mile at speeds of nearly 35 miles per hour. Scary. Ultimately, he was not injured in the incident. Anybody with information about this is asked to contact state police. Who's got the giant stuffed carrot from the mall display there? All right, DA of the week. Get some of our industry headlines coming up here. Interesting story. We know that law enforcement agencies all around the country struggling to find enough recruits, people willing to take the job. Difficult times. What are the unintended consequences of that? One story that will break that down coming up here on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump wants the Manhattan District Attorney booted from office immediately. On his social media site Truth Social, Trump called Democrat Alvin Bragg a danger to our country. That's a quote. The call comes as a New York City grand jury considers whether to indict Trump in a case involving him and alleged money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to cover up an affair. Protests are turning violent across the pond in Paris.
People are again protesting a measure to raise France's retirement age. Tear gas had to be used by authorities in the French capital. France's president defended his decision to implement the bill, saying he doesn't enjoy the measure, but insisted he had to take action. I'm Dave Collins.
The CEO of TikTok faced an hours-long question and answer session with lawmakers in the U.S. House of Representatives Thursday. Shou Chew insisted TikTok is not so much a threat to national security as some top U.S. officials might think. Colorado Representative Diana DeGette worried about what teenagers are seeing on TikTok.
The dangerous misinformation that you mentioned is not allowed on our platform. It violates them.
I'm sorry to report it is on your platform, though.
The app is owned by Chinese company ByteDance. Some Republican lawmakers are calling for an all-out ban on the app, while the White House is demanding ByteDance sell to a U.S.-based buyer. A separate hearing in Congress on Thursday saw top U.S. military leaders urging lawmakers not to cut the defense budget.
Everything that's been achieved over the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years, 7 years, all of that would start going in the opposite direction.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Mark Milley specifically cited a cut in military readiness should lawmakers slash the budget. The warning comes as Congress will eventually have to deal with the issue of raising the nation's debt ceiling. This is USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden says he's now focused on expanding the law known as Obamacare.
Getting more people affordable insurance, lowering prescription drug prices, giving families more breathing room.
He made the comments Thursday as the White House marked 13 years since former President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act into law. Biden called it the most consequential health care legislation since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid. Stocks closed higher one day after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates yet again. The market was also helped after Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said the Biden administration would take more steps to stabilize the banking system if necessary. Texas-based job site Indeed.com is laying off 2,200 employees. Its CEO, Chris Hyams, says the cuts are prompted by a slowdown in the overall job market and reduced demand for the company's technology. A business fail for Beyonce. The hip-hop and pop music superstar and Adidas are ending their creative partnership. The singer's custom clothing line, Ivy Park, fell well below projected sales last year and is not going to come close to meeting its goals this year, reportedly falling short by tens of millions of dollars. The contract between Beyonce and Adidas will finish at the end of this year. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back to business on a Friday. As we roll into hour number 2 at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind this Friday? Hope you've had a good week. And if your team's still in the mix, Sweet 16 or moving down to the Elite 8, good luck. I'll be pulling for those Xavier Musketeers here Friday, later today. Hey, lots to update you on. Several have questioned, how are the water levels, some of the reservoirs and things of that nature faring in California? I mean, it's been Nothing less than a hyperactive wet season with one atmospheric river after another, which they tell us has led to a dramatic rise in reservoir levels over the last few months. And according to AccuWeather forecasters, the water's not done rising yet. Satellite images from the space technology company Maxar showing the dramatic shift in water levels since last year. Easily visible from space, they say. As of Wednesday, levels at California's two largest reservoirs, Lake Shasta and Lake Oroville, in the northern part of the state, were at 78 and 82% of capacity, respectively. Now, those levels are both more than 100% of the historical average water level for this time of year. As recently as just early January, the level at both of those reservoirs were closer to 30% of capacity. That's a dramatic rise since last summer for Lake Oroville. In spite of the spillway being open earlier this month for the first time since 2019. California Department of Water Resources undertook the controlled release to minimize flood risk ahead of the most recent storm that unleashed more drenching rain across the state. The before and after satellite photos not only revealed the water rises in reservoirs, but the impact of flooding from this barrage of storms, farms, and towns near the city of Watsonville, along the Pajaro River, central coast of California, major flooding. Flooding ongoing near the towns of Tulare and Corcoran, also seen from the dramatic satellite imagery. On the ground, data from the Department of Water Resources confirms that 12 of the 17 major water supply reservoirs in the state are at or above historical averages for late March. Now, they do say high reservoir levels is not per se a silver bullet for pulling California for good out of its years-long water crisis. There's some other factors to consider. Current water levels are also similar to just maybe 3 years ago before severe drought returned to much of the state. At the same time, though, the snowpack in the mountains, the Sierra Nevada range, is at or close to all-time record highs. The water that's locked up in the form of snow in the mountains will feed those downstream reservoirs deep into the summer as it continues to melt. Estimates from the state's Advanced Hydrologic Prediction Center say that areas near California's Pacific coast and the nearby valleys and basins, as well as the foothills and mountains, have received anywhere from 30 to 100 inches of liquid equivalent precipitation over the past 180 days. So for many, I mean, that's like anywhere from 200 to 400% of normal for this time of year due to the sheer amount of water that's poured into the reservoir system. In some cases, they've had to switch from drought control posture to a flood management posture. I mean, you talk about going from night to day, total reversal. Yes, some reservoirs are now making releases to maintain flood control space because many of the reservoirs serve a dual purpose of flood control during the wintertime. And there will still be additional bouts of rain and mountain snow deep into the spring. And of course, with rounds of precip still ahead, water levels in the reservoirs will likely rise more before what will inevitably be a fall during the dry months, which will be coming. But yeah, right now, what a difference a year can make for sure there in California. Well, good morning, Senor. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Senor. It is a cloudy 34 degrees just outside of Gallup, New Mexico, heading into the torrid situation there in southern Cal. Oh, another tornado. Oh, that's two for two. Let's see if they can't go for 3 for 3. And maybe it'll hit something that'll actually improve what they got going on down there. Good night. Well, let's see here. So did you get your package of blats yet?
Has not arrived at the bunker yet.
Okay. Well, I need to tell the mailman, whoever it was. I guess it was Scarecrow, wasn't it, that said he was going to send it down?
Right.
Well, maybe he'll bring it down there personally, and we can all enjoy good blats and some Shinerbach.
Shinerbach.
Of course, he did show me a picture that he found a 6-pack of Shinerbach bottles up there. So I thought, well, okay, he can go ahead and satisfy the need to check it out. But yeah, you got to drink that stuff cold. If you don't drink it cold, it's a little harsh,
nasty,
to say the least. So, anyways, yeah, we're looking forward to getting on the road, and I was thinking, I might just go ahead and take Sunday and Monday off and just get a good start starting Tuesday morning. That way, there's no chance of there being a mechanical issue or something going wrong with the load out of California on the way back to Albuquerque. So, and I never take any time off, anyways. So this will be a first time in a long time for me to do so. I'd gotten a phone call from our shop steward, our driver steward. He wants me to get into the truck rodeo that we're going to be having here in about a month and a half. And I ain't never done one of those things. And I asked him, I said, well, why me? And he says, well, you got the experience. And I said, well, what's all involved in it? And he says, well, of course, the driving course, but then there'll be a written exam. And I thought to myself, after 28 years of driving, they're going to find out what kind of a scam I really am behind the wheel over here. So I figure, well, as long as I don't finish at the bottom of the board, I ought to be just all right.
Yeah.
So, anyways, so they didn't listen to anything about the Trump situation.
Nothing new on a Thursday. Nothing.
Well, you think Monday that they may come up with something, yay or nay, hit or miss?
I've got, Dershowitz commented this past day. He's thinking that, definitely they're having second thoughts, and he almost feels like they may just let the story kind of fade away from the news. Just wait for the next big news item. Well, something will happen, and we'll forget all about it, and nothing more will be said.
Well, until they start focusing on Hunter and the Biden family, and then they'll start throwing up other issues of, to take the focus off of the family there. Good Lord, he wants to expand Obamacare.
Yeah, how about that?
Why?
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about the debt ceiling. Well, we need to raise it. No, we don't. We need, and we being the government, needs
to
stop
spending yep.
all this money. I mean, good Lord, how much money have we given Ukraine right now? And for what Trump wanted for the border, we don't have $5 extra billion. Really? Well, it seems like you found a lot more money to give away to the Ukrainians.
Whose border is more important? Is our border or Ukraine's border more important there, Heatwave?
Oh, I think ours is a lot more.
That's what I'd say.
A lot more important. And besides, now we got to keep them pesky snowbacks in Canada because they're crossing the border coming down. Oh, that's a lot more land up there to put a barrier on. But, I mean, with all what we have going on right now, why should we be the world's police department and banking system to give out money. You know, it's pretty sad when you have to buy your friends. So, and then with China and Russia getting together and China brokering a peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran, that just it doesn't have a good feel to it. And then Russia's saying they will use the yen, I guess, as the monetary unit to buy oil or sell oil or do business with that side of the world. That really strikes fear into a lot of people's hearts, and it's a little concerning for sure. More than just a little, it's a lot. But this is what happens when you have weakness being shown every day. And you know, I hope the blue people are happy about this, because this is what they wanted. It's not so much people voted for Biden, they just voted against Trump. And I hope those people are looking at it and seeing the situation that we're in now.
Yep.
Compared to what we were under Trump to what we are doing right now.
They call it buyer's remorse. And just yesterday, Biden's latest numbers came out, and it's not good. His approval rating's down to like 36%. So that kind of answers your question. Yeah, there is a lot of buyer's remorse out there.
Now, if Trump does get the Republican nomination, there are people out here, and I was talking to Porn Star last night about it. There are people out here that are fearful that if Trump does win the nomination, he's going to lose to Biden simply because it's him, it's Trump. And I said, well, the other people that are being talked about in the Republican Party thinking about running, they're going to run, but they're going to run on the policies Trump has had put down to begin with in the 4 years he was in. So, DeSantis had come up, Nikki Haley had come up, and there is somebody out there, I don't know what, I can't think of his name now, but he's supposed to be some kind of billionaire market
Ramaswamy.
type of guy.
Ramaswamy.
There you go. Now, who in the hell is that, and where did he come out of? I have no idea. Just to hear that name, Ramaswamy, you can't read a book by the cover, but the title of his book just don't sound right to me. And he may have some very good ideas, but we're not going to find out about it until we actually get into the campaign season.
Yeah. And he does have some. I like what I've heard from him thus far. Now, he was born in the United States from immigrant parents. One of the requirements is had to be born here. He is, yes, a billionaire, I believe, and I think he's from Ohio.
Well, I sure need to hear a little bit more about him before, of course, we got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Before that happens, But, I mean, they had Pence on Sean Hannity's show this evening, and I was listening to that on the way in, and they give him a 15-minute segment, but Hannity's supposed to have Trump on live for the full show come Monday, so I'm really going to be looking forward to either hearing it on the radio or watching it on TV. So, at a lot of excitement, and I just hope that this big old firecracker that the Republicans are starting to say, hey, this is what we got going for us, it's going to be big. I sure hope it doesn't fizzle out and pop like a little snapper.
Well, you kind of turn out to a deja vu of the 2020 election, right? Or, this last election, 2022. What was supposed to be this red wave that ultimately turned more into like a red trickle, I guess. Hey, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you a Friday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There you go. Who was that? Scooter. Thank you, Scooter. He's Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy was actually born in Cincinnati and lives in Columbus, Ohio now. Do a quick search on that there heat wave. He's on Twitter, and some of his tweets from just the last few hours. See, via Twitter 5 hours ago. He says, I will not apologize for leading an American revival. I will end affirmative action. I will totally dismantle climate religion. I will use our military to secure our borders from the drug cartels and end the fentanyl crisis. Let's see, about 8 hours ago, he said, Biden infamously says to black Americans, they'll put you all back in chains. Well, look at the facts. His party's the one actually doing it. All right, so yeah, it's pretty interesting, stuff, and he's talking a good talk at this point in time. Time magazine headline from this past day: why Vivek Ramaswamy's defense of Trump might be a smart move. The New Yorker headline: Ramaswamy, the CEO of Anti-Woke Incorporated. So I don't know. He may gain some traction, but right now talk about an unknown around the country. That would be him. If I could take you real quick, the update here. Dershowitz this past day talking about the Trump case in New York, Alvin Bragg. He said Bragg could actually be putting himself in harm's way by pursuing an indictment against Trump. Yeah, of course, we've talked this week about they were using the testimony of none other than Michael Cohen. Yeah, the case hinging on the payments being a violation of federal election law and falsification of business records. But then, of course, the bombshell Monday when Robert Costello testified to the grand jury. told the grand jury of meetings with Cohen in 2018 when Cohen told him it was his idea to make the payments, not Trump's, that Cohen took out a loan to make the payments. This puts Bragg in harm's way. According to Dershowitz, it's unethical and subject to discipline if a prosecutor calls a witness to the witness stand who he does not believe is telling the truth. There is no intelligent person who could right now believe, after the statements from Bob Costello and the letter to the election agency, that Cohen is telling the truth. You just can't do that as a prosecutor. Now, the grand jury looking into the matter was told this past day, we're not going to hear anything further until at least next week. But Alvin kind of explains there's pretty much three options to make this case around Cohen without using Cohen. That may be why they're delaying it and maybe calling more witnesses. Or you could use Cohen and subject yourself to possible discipline from the bar, or you can simply drop the case, which he said that would be the smart thing to do. I don't think there will ever be an announcement that the case is dropped, but it's certainly possible it will just wither away, didn't hear anything further about that. Well, whatever happened there in the DA in New York? All right, news break.
USA News Update. The CEO of TikTok got grilled Thursday before Congress. Ohio Representative Bob Latta questioned TikTok CEO Shou Chew on keeping teenagers safe on TikTok.
Why did you have to wait till now to make that following commitment now and not having done it before when this 10-year-old lost her life?
Congressman, I'm reiterating the commitment.
During testimony before House panel, Chew discussed the company's efforts to move all U.S. data to domestic servers and said China has never asked for that data. They have no case. That's what former President Trump said on his social media site, Truth Social, about the probe Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is pursuing against him. It involves Trump and alleged money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to cover up an affair. Trump himself announced on social media last weekend that he expected to be placed under arrest this week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration fans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, before we get back to some of the other items, updates to throw your way, let me get back to Brain Dead's been hanging in there. Morning, Brain Dead. Happy Friday.
Well, it's your Friday, but it's my Thursday.
Well, that's always the case. Happens every week, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. Hey, if anybody's going from Memphis to Little Rock, get off and run Highway 70. They back there at that 168-mile marker. They're setting bridge beams like they've been doing the last few nights on the eastbound side. Now they're working on the westbound side. So, but yeah, my Vols lost tonight. You know, it's been a great season. They've not been playing consistently. They've been up and down all season. You know, they win about 3 or 4 games and then lose a couple games to some, you know, bottom feeder teams like the Gators or Vanderbilt. But what gets me, though, is they even made the tournament because they lost, I think, in their first-round game, which they had a bye. So, but like I said, good season. Now it's on to the ever more famous baseball season to hear, you know, to hear what's going to happen with this season. It's going to be interesting. But did you see the story today of the Miami, Florida trucking company that all of a sudden just closed its doors? Did you see that?
Yeah, we touched on it last evening, and I've got an update on that. They were talking like 445 drivers.
Yeah. That I hope they find these owners and throw them not just in jail, but under the jail, because remember Aero Trucking of 09?
Mm-hmm.
It's like 2.0. Because if I remember right, didn't they say they had a call center in like Colombia somewhere?
The current company, the current one, or Aero?
Yeah. No. The one that just went under this past last few days. So that means probably tell me that those owners skipped town, so to speak.
That's what I alluded to last evening. You can't find them with the search warrant, so apparently I said they're probably out of the country. They were probably gone before payday even rolled around.
Yeah, I mean that's just sad. I mean, At least the one thing is, though, when Celadon went out of business, they did the right thing in getting the people home. That Aero Trucking is, when that happened, that was just, you just couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Somebody with my experience level. But no, I heard the other half on here earlier talking about the lifestyle change, and I've lost some weight too. The one thing is, though, in watching what we eat, now I don't know how many people out there are diabetic, but when I started this, my sugar was consistently 300 to 400, easy. And now I've got it down to around 200. And I just quit eating a lot of those highly processed foods. And, just reading the labels. The proof is in the labels. Just because something says organic or plant-based does not mean they're not using sugar, fructose corn syrup, etc. I just don't eat it. It's like at the house. I love coffee. I love my coffee. I'll use monk fruit to sweeten my coffee with. No sugar. Yes, they use erythritol, but it's a very minimal amount, though. Just, I guess, but yeah, I was starting to get on that insulin pen. You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm not on it no more.
Wow.
My A1C went down. What am I down to? I can't remember what I'm down to now. I think I'm down a couple, 3 points from where I was. But like I say, anybody can do this. And, me and no dingbat over there, we've kind of molded around because I'm a decent cook. I learned from my mom and my grandma. We're going to start up a YouTube channel to show drivers how to cook on the truck. And also what you could cook at home and take with you. So it's going to be interesting not interesting to see, but I'm just hoping things take off and get these drivers a little bit healthier, because there's no healthy options out here anymore, Steve.
Yeah.
There's not. All there is nowadays is just fast food, and more fast food. I don't know if anybody. I don't know if there's any other truck stops anymore that actually has a sit-down restaurant with a salad bar in it. Crazy world, Steve.
Well, I got your DA of the Week nominee before me here. We'll share that with the audience just ahead.
All right, Steve. Well, I'm going to get into the yard and try to tear up some freight. Move some freight tonight, Steve.
Honesty, that's the best medicine, right? All right, police in Ontario, Canada, have charged a man who they say failed a driving test before driving off and nearly hitting 4 people with his vehicle and then deciding to do burnouts in a parking lot. Dumbass. Yeah, officers were called to Woodlawn Road Monday after a man got angry after failing his driving test. Driver allegedly yelled at the drive test staff, got into his vehicle, sped through the parking lot, drove through a walkway, nearly hitting 4 people, then did a number of burnouts in the plaza parking lot. Police say they found him sitting in the driver's seat of the parked vehicle. 36-year-old Brampton, Ontario man now charged with dangerous driving and stunt driving. He was banned for driving for a month, and his vehicle was impounded for 2 weeks. Here you go. All right, to update on, we were talking to, they were operating under the banner of Flagship Transport LLC, some 455 truck drivers who drove for this logistics holding company out of Medley, Florida. Say they've had no contact with company executives since last week. They received text messages promising their paycheck would be available for pickup at the company's yard on Tuesday when many showed up, but that didn't happen. One owner-operator of DeLand, Florida, drove for Errol Trucking of Lakeland, Florida for nearly 2 years, hauling beer, water, and other freight, delivered his last load on Monday. Said most of the drivers took their freight to the yard in Medley on Tuesday, while others have not received any communication from dispatchers or company executives about what to do if they're still under a load. Yeah, some drivers are still trying to make their way back to the Miami area. Now, as of publication time, Roberto Fernandez, Flagship Transport's president and director, has not responded to FreightWaves seeking comment on the status of the transportation companies. Neither did Mario Abad, who's listed as the director of Flagship Transport. Miami-based attorney Dave McDonald, who serves as a registered agent for Fernandez's companies, said he's not involved in the day-to-day operations, but admitted he had heard rumors about their financial health over the past few days. I understand they're working with creditors and potential investors to get more cash into the business. I'm not involved in those discussions, though. There were expectations of investors that would have covered those payments to employees and drivers, but it's not clear what happened. As of publication Wednesday, Flagship Transport and its affiliated companies had not filed for bankruptcy protection. So what happened? Rivera said there were warning signs that the company was experiencing financial problems, but the company said not to worry. They were switching banks, and drivers and employees would be paid by paper checks rather than direct deposit for the near future. Arel, A-R-E-L, Arel Trucking is the largest fleet operating under Flagship Transport's umbrella, 380 power units, 380 drivers, according to the FMCSA's website. However, Rivera claims the paper checks the drivers and the office employees have been receiving over the past 2 to 3 weeks have bounced. He says he's owed about $5,000 from ATI, but he said, I know drivers who are owed as much as $20,000. At first we trusted them. We thought it was a transitional thing. Switching banks is difficult. It doesn't happen overnight. All right, some of the other companies, I guess, under the umbrella owned by Flagship. AQI Logistic Trucks of Medley, 21 power units, 15 drivers. They haul general freight and machinery. Medley-based Gables Transport, 60 power units, the same number of drivers. They haul general freight, fresh produce, refrigerated food, as well as chemicals. FMCSA granted the company's contract and common carrier authority in 2011. Freight brokerage GAT Logistics received its broker authority January of 2019. Flagship Freight posted on its Facebook page March 14 it was looking for owner-operators to do local port work. Now, an owner-operator who responded to Flagship Transport's call for drivers commented that he started working for the company on March 15, the day after that social media post. I left a good company to work for Flagship. I'm stuck 1,000 miles from home with no fuel and no hope of getting paid. Now, Rivera said truck drivers received text messages last Saturday notifying that they could only fuel up at one of Love's travel stops headquartered in Oklahoma City. It's not clear if the fuel cards were still working as of Wednesday. But this company, which relies mainly on independent contractors to haul its freight, also has a back office. Yeah, there it is there. Brain Dead was talking about in Columbia, which provides 24-hour dispatcher and breakdown assistance for these companies. Yeah, Rivera said he spoke with his former dispatcher in Columbia who said everybody had been kicked out of the office and everything was shut down. No one answered the phones when FreightWaves called the company's U.S. offices on Wednesday. The chat function of Flagship Transport's website appeared to be down as well, did not connect to a live agent. Some drivers, of course, were waiting outside the terminal on Wednesday for answers, but there's no one there. I think they lied to us to buy some time by telling us our paychecks would be ready on Tuesday, and they would include back pay for the bounced checks. Then they didn't show up. Yep. They're probably maybe back in Colombia. Who knows where they are? They're gone. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Friday morning. Jump on in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Friday, I mentioned earlier I'd give you the rest of the story about law enforcement agencies around the country. In many big cities, of course, struggling to find recruits, as many continue to take early retirement or just hang up the cuffs with this anti-police mentality around the country, feeling as though they can't do their job. They have to worry about themselves getting in trouble for doing what they're hired to do. Will we see more things of this nature coming down the pike? A couple driving with their 2 children last weekend claimed they were hit head-on by a drunk driver. Ultimately, sobered up and was able to dodge criminal charges after the defunded Austin Police Department took hours to respond to the crash due to understaffing issues. Lacey Percival said that she, her husband, and her 2 children were struck by a drunk driver on March 18th, about 4 in the afternoon there in North Austin. They were driving on Jollyville Road after visiting the aquarium when a male driver crossed 2 lanes of traffic, colliding with the family's vehicle. Head on, didn't hit the brakes, airbags deployed, screaming kids, smoke. We started screaming, got the kids out of the car. The family claimed the driver, a male in his 70s, was intoxicated. Percival explained that a bus driver at the crash scene told her that the male driver smells like alcohol and was refusing to get out of his car. He sat in his vehicle for over 30 minutes. When he finally emerged, he fell to the ground and was making weird noises, just acting weird, she says. After we phoned the authorities 5 times and waited 2.5 hours, an Austin police officer responded to the crash. Couple said the responding officer told him they only had 5 cops working in the area when the suspected drunk driver was given a sobriety test. He passed and was allowed to walk free. Now, everyone could smell alcohol in this man, she says. He actually admitted that he had been drinking. He told my husband he was drinking high noons. It's just not me making accusations. He was straight up coming out and telling us, and there was no remorse. The male suspect never asked if our children were okay. He did not apologize for the accident, according to the couple's personal injury attorney. There's typically about 25 officers assigned to the area if the department has been appropriately staffed. But the police delayed response. That time gave the driver time to metabolize or sober up and dodge any criminal charges. I've heard this again and again where officers are telling me, look, we don't have enough people working. So when that's the scenario, these men and women go to different calls, and there's more calls that come in, and we're pretty much left to just wait. That's just how it is. Now, Lowy said it's unlikely a case could be brought against the city, but he did note civil actions could be taken against the suspect's insurance company and the bar that had served the suspect since 2020, when the Austin Police Department's budget was cut following the George Floyd riots. The department's staffing has declined. The city council has also recently dropped previously agreed upon contracts, which has pushed many additional officers to retire. The unintended consequences, you see, go ahead, add Austin, Texas to your defund the police nightmare. Now, can't help but wonder what if someone was injured there? I'm assuming they called police and said, I guess everybody's okay. And I obviously didn't know about the drunk driver. If he's still sitting in his car, how did they know he wasn't even injured? No first responders as far as an ambulance, 2.5 hours waiting for police to arrive. I don't know. I don't get that, but right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut. Yes. Good morning, Steve. How y'all doing this morning?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, I heard someone talking last night about Chevrolet not doing the Camaro anymore.
Yeah.
Well, that's Biden wanting them to go electric. And NASCAR had already said they were going to go electric one of these years. Well, I guess it's going to have to be sooner rather than later. But who in the hell wants to go to a track and hear all the way around that damn thing? So, I don't know. Yeah, well, that's the unexpected consequences of a DA sitting up there in the WH, you know what I mean? So, anyways, yeah, I've been dealing with the allergies myself. Yeah, I tell you what, I know my nephews, they come up and say, Uncle Wright, what can we do? And I tell them, I said, well, you can try to blow it out your schnoz. And if you can't blow it, pick it. Oh, their grandmother gets so upset when she hears me say that. I just look at her and go, So, anyways. Yeah, I was talking to my other half, Lucy Loose Screw, Scrough.
Screw, yeah, okay.
She was complaining about me the other day, and I said I didn't listen to her. And she said something else. I don't remember what she said.
Yeah, go figure.
I thought I was a pretty good husband. I guess I need to work on something. I don't know what, but I used to date a midget. A cute girl. I was nuts over her.
Hey, right, Wingnut, I think you may have. Are you in between cells? Did Right Wingnut say he was nuts over her? Hey, we got to pause there, but when we come back, hey, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Get our news break in here and see if we can come back, get the rest of the story from Right Wingnut and so much more on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The CEO of TikTok got grilled on Capitol Hill as the U.S. considers banning the popular app. Washington State Republican Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers questioned CEO Shou Chew on the company's connection to the Chinese Communist Party.
Are you 100% certain that they cannot use your company to promote such messages?
It is our commitment to this committee and all our users that we will keep this free.
If you can't say 100% certain, I take that as a no.
The House committee is also focusing on concerns about the app's data privacy and protections for kids. A group of House Republicans is calling for an all-out ban of TikTok in the U.S.
If one Chinese spy balloon poses a big enough threat to our country, imagine 150 Chinese spy devices in your home.
Representative Troy Nehls of Texas called the popular social media app a Chinese surveillance tool. Don't cut the Pentagon's budget.
All these programs would have to get cut back, and that's unfortunate.
That's the message the nation's defense secretary and chairman of the Joint Chiefs delivered to a House committee Thursday. General Mark Milley specifically cited a cut in military readiness should lawmakers slash the budget. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin added cyber threats are a big deal, and dealing with them would be impacted by potential cuts. Former President Trump is calling for the removal of several officials currently leading investigations into him. In a post on his social media site Truth Social, Trump said Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg should be booted from office immediately. That's in addition to special counsel Jack Smith, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. Trump said after the New York City grand jury convened Thursday without discussing the Stormy Daniels hush money case that the Manhattan DA, quote, has no case. Stocks closed higher Thursday, one day after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates again. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
A bill that limits gender-affirming treatment care for minors is set to become law in Georgia. Republican Governor Brian Kemp signed the bill Thursday, saying it would ensure the state protects the health and well-being of its children. SB 140 outlaws licensed medical professionals from providing patients under the age of 18 with hormone therapy or surgery related to gender transitions. Meantime, Utah Governor Spencer Cox has signed a landmark bill that requires teenagers get parental permission before joining social media sites. A Norfolk Southern freight train has derailed in Massachusetts. It happened Thursday in the town of Ayer, northwest of Boston. WCVB-TV reports several cargo containers had rolled off the tracks and several cars were visibly damaged. However, none of them contained hazardous materials. Protests are turning violent in Paris as folks again protest a measure to raise France's retirement age.
It's not fair. It's not. I think we have to really think about the balance between your personal life and your professional life.
Tear gas had to be used by authorities Thursday in the French capital. France's president defended his decision to implement the bill, saying that he does not enjoy the measure but insisted he had to take action. He added the situation will only get worse if it's allowed to drag on as is because of funding. Walmart is joining the growing list of companies that are announcing layoffs. Reports say the retail giant is cutting hundreds of jobs at 5 e-commerce fulfillment centers across the country. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it, sneezing and wheezing. Boy, it's springtime. All right, what else in the mix here? Got us a Friday morning, TGIF. Yeah, rainy night to say the least. Got a refresh. Still have severe thunderstorm watches stretching from north central Texas right through the heart of Oklahoma. Over to the northwest Arkansas, south central Missouri. There in south central Missouri, we do have some severe weather. Some strong storms even still at this hour. Portions of southern Illinois. What a night. Flood watches stretching all the way into northern West Virginia. From central Oklahoma to northern West Virginia, the training, the heavy rains through the upcoming day. And, of course, that severe weather threat even when the sun goes down Friday night into Saturday morning. Hey, see if he's back into cell zone there. Right wing nut. You dated a midget. You were nuts about her, huh?
Oh, I was nuts over her, yeah. And I had to let her go because she... damn cigars. She kept putting her nose in my business, so I had to let her go. Anyways. Yeah. So what's this thing about the Frenchies not wanting to work beyond 62 years old? What's going on with that?
I hadn't been paying a whole lot of attention. I guess there's some violence in the streets. That's all I know in France.
They're talking about raising their retirement age to 64, and I guess they're so damn mad about it they don't want it to happen because I guess they must have a lifespan of 65 years. They figure if they're going to go, they might as well enjoy at least 3 years of not being at work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that was about all I had there. And didn't know how far I got with the story, but, I'm over here just outside of Holbrook, Arizona. Looks like it's a little bit of a mix of snow and some precip. And it's 37 degrees out there, so I don't think anything is going to stay, but it'll make for some interesting driving. Dadgummit. I need an adult beverage. You got one handy there, Steve?
Aye, how about a Blatz?
Yeah, that'll work. Just send it my way. I'll drink it on the road.
Yeah, right. Okay, right.
All right, senor.
That's a right. It's a right wing nut. What are they saying in France? Police firing tear gas. The violent anarchists taking to the street as hundreds of thousands of protesters marched against plans to raise the pension age. This is the 9th day of nationwide protests, mostly peaceful, disrupting train and air travel. Teachers, among many professions, walking off the job days after the government pushed through legislation to raise the retirement age by 2 years to 64. Demonstrations in central Paris, generally peaceful, but groups of anarchists, what they call black bloc anarchists, smashed shop windows, demolished street furniture, ransacked a McDonald's restaurant. Clashes ensued as riot police drove back the anarchists with tear gas and stun grenades. 149 officers injured, 172 arrested. Dozens of protesters also injured, including a woman who lost a thumb in the Normandy town of Rouen. There are thugs, often from the far left, who want to bring down the state and kill police officers. Now, small groups continue to clash with police in Paris late into the night, lighting fires throughout the city center, playing cat and mouse with security forces. Police also fired tear gas at some protesters in several other cities. Water cannons being used in other areas. Labor unions fear protests could turn more violent if the government doesn't heed the mounting popular anger over pension curbs. And this is a response to the falsehoods expressed by the president and his incomprehensible stubbornness, according to the Deputy Secretary of the CFDT Union. The responsibility of this explosive situation lies not with the unions, but with the government. All right, so protests from as we head into the weekend, things may turn more and more violent there in France. All right, how about, I mentioned earlier, Biden's approval ratings. Not good news for Joe this past day, dropping to its near all-time low. After he saw a resurgence late last year, Biden's approval rating tanked last summer as Americans were plagued by the historic inflation, high interest rates, soaring crime. According to polling from the Associated Press, NORC Center for Public Affairs Research, Biden bottomed out last July with an approval rating of just 36%. By January, it was up to 41%. A month later, it was at 45%. In the most recent survey shared by the Associated Press yesterday, the approval rating now back down to just 38, 2 points above the all-time low. Poll found nearly a quarter of Democrats do not approve of the job he's doing. Only 76% of those in the president's party say they approve. He only had the approval of 4% of Republicans, not surprising. Now, began his term in office January of 21 with approval of 61%. It was as high as 63% in May of that year, dropped below 50% after the disastrous handling of the Afghanistan withdrawal, which saw 13 service members killed. Month after month of historic inflation, it appeared he might never escape the basement, but he did rebound. 45% last fall, the same number again in February. Economy, the top concern for many of the respondents, who the AP pointed out have not been helped by Biden's spending the country further into debt. His political allies, his media, claimed trillions in new spending will not only lower inflation, but create jobs. The AP said efforts involve multi-year investments that have yet to prove much optimism to a public dealing with inflation, annual inflation still running at 6%. Of course, they also said people who responded to the survey invoked the recent collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in New York. Rising interest rates from the Federal Reserve meant to curb inflation, being blamed for setting off the collapse of those institutions. Same interest rates have currently put owning a home out of reach for millions of Americans. Well, of course, not the prices we were talking about a year ago. Gasoline is still very much more expensive than it was when Biden took office. Obviously, basic commodities at the grocery store. To sum up the first 2 years in office, Americans are spending more for food and energy, paying more to drive to homes. Many of them can't afford to own. Depending on where you live, the risk of being victimized along the way by violent criminals who might or might not be prosecuted by district attorneys who share Biden's soft on crime views. Now, he's supposed to be announcing whether he intends to run for a second term sometime in the next few months. As of right now, roughly 1/3 of Americans approve of how he's handled the first half of this term. Not the best of news for Mr. Biden. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? How do you think the media, if Trump was president right now and all this was going on, do you think the media would be taking it easy on Sleepy Joe?
Yeah.
What do you think would be happening, man? Right? Yeah, man. I don't know, Steve. 4 meals away from anarchy, man.
So you heard the story I shared, the Defund the Police Austin Department. Now, I'm assuming, based on the fact that the people involved in the crash said that the drunk guy was sitting in the car for 30 minutes, I have to assume that there was probably no ambulance or any because first responders would have got him out of the vehicle. He wouldn't have sat there for 30 minutes. How is it possible for police to take 2.5 hours to show up?
Yeah, it depends on how it got dispatched. If it was dispatched with a crash without injuries, right? There's no injuries involved.
Mm-hmm.
That's not uncommon.
Okay.
I mean, not so much here where we're at, but in other agencies around the country, especially big cities. That's not uncommon, Steve.
Wow.
And I'll tell you what, when I went to bomb school down there in 2005, got to meet a lot of other police officers and hose draggers from around the country. And these guys from New York, man, they were telling us how they would come in, report for duty, have their briefing. The squad sergeant would hand them their call sheet. And it was all the calls that the previous shift couldn't get to. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said they would literally get these sheets and there'd be 50, 75 calls.
Wow.
Stacked on them. And they would cross out the ones they got to, and the ones they didn't get to, they would come in and hand it to the next shift and down the line. Even Cincinnati, Steve, Cincinnati Police Department, they're starting to handle a lot of stuff over the phone. If you call for a theft report, right? Hey, man, I woke up, bicycles missing out of the front yard.
Mm-hmm.
They'll take it right over the phone, Steve. They won't even send an officer out to talk to you. They'll just take that report over the phone.
Wow.
It'll go in a drawer, and that's about it. But yeah, I could see that if it was dispatched without. Now think of this, Steve. They said they had 5 officers, right?
Correct.
Now say that was an OVI, right? And the officer gets there, and he does arrest him for OVI. Now he's tied up for at least 3 hours. Right?
Because of the OVI arrest.
Yeah.
I mean,
3-hour ordeal.
I mean, if the guy is drunk enough to have a head on, 2.5 hours. I mean, typically your body metabolizes the equivalent of 1 drink per hour is what I've always understood. So, I mean, it's not like he would have been, I guess, shish kebab faced if he metabolized enough in 2 hours or 2.5 hours to be able to pass a sobriety test.
Yeah, Steve, without being there, here I can tell you, man, I've been doing it so long, Steve. I don't have to put somebody through a field sobriety test to know whether they're drunk or not.
Yeah.
Just by having a conversation with them at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
I can pretty much tell you what they're going to blow.
Okay, really?
Right?
Yeah.
If they blow over or not blow over. Again, it's not against the law to drink and drive. If it's against the law to drink over the per se limit, which is 0.08 here in Ohio.
Yeah.
So you can have a couple drinks. Now, Steve, I have seen this, where you got chronic alcoholics, right? I'm telling you, we blow a 1.5, but they're walking around like they're stone cold sober. They're just so used to being drunk, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I have seen drunks pass a field sobriety test.
Able to touch the nose, walk the line, able to do those things even though they're intoxicated.
Yes, sir. And I have seen stone cold sober individuals fail a sobriety test.
Okay.
There's a lot of things you got to take into consideration when you're doing them things. The weather, right? How old the person is, what they're wearing. If it's a lady and she's got high heels on, Any injuries? A lot of things, but hey, I wanted to clear something up. Bongino talked about this a little bit today.
Okay.
And I wanted to I know I talked about the Brady list here in Hamilton County and the Brady material overall. Remember me, Steve? I don't know. We're going back. I think we talked about grand jury proceedings. And I think it was back when they raided Mar-a-Lago, right? Talking about maybe trying to get an indictment on Trump. And, Steve, I can't tell you how many grand juries I had to testify in over these years, And I thought I explained it then, but I mean, we're going back several months, so I don't know if you remember. But in a grand jury proceeding, the prosecutors are the only ones present, right?
Okay.
The defense is not in that grand jury to present their case. It's strictly the prosecutors. So there's no defense argument in a grand jury. You only have a grand jury in felony cases. In a misdemeanor case, which is municipal court, you got probable cause for an arrest. You make the arrest. It does not go to grand jury. Only felonies do, which is common pleas court. So in a grand jury, all of the prosecutor needs to do in this grand jury is to establish probable cause for the arrest. You follow me so far?
Gotcha.
Probable cause for an arrest is not the same as getting a conviction in a court of law. Right? It's not the same as a conviction in civil court. In civil court, it's just a preponderance of the evidence. In criminal court, it's what? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Not proof beyond any doubt. Proof beyond reasonable doubt. Probable cause for an arrest, going off memory here, is facts and circumstances that would lead a person of ordinary resolution to confirm that a crime has been committed or about to be committed, and a certain person committed that crime. That's the definition of probable cause. So that's all we need to put handcuffs on somebody. Get an intrusion alarm at a business, 2 o'clock in the morning. And we're rolling up. We're about a block away, but we can see a business, right? We see somebody running from that business. And we catch them. And sure enough, there was a broken door or window to a door. I think a person of ordinary resolution would say, yeah, I think that guy probably committed that B&E. You follow me?
Correct.
So that's all they need in the grand jury. And so when we were talking about the Brady material, is what Bongino was talking about today, is that can't be used against the prosecutors in a grand jury. And I thought I was saying last night, if it goes to trial and they continue to try to prosecute this person, right, then that changes. But because the prosecutors and the defense attorney is not in that grand jury to give evidence on his client's innocence, it's only to establish probable cause, and that's it. That the prosecutors are not required to give any evidence of somebody's possible innocence in a grand jury. Now that changes if they get a true bill or an indictment in a grand jury and it goes to trial, the prosecutors are obligated to give the defense attorney any exculpatory evidence, all evidence.
So in other words, what's his name was testifying earlier this week, who brought up, I guess, before the grand jury, where's the 600 pages that I presented to Bragg, that technically they were not required to have that there. Those 600 pages would have needed to been turned over or will need to be in the event that an indictment comes down, you're saying?
Correct. But what changes things, as I just said, that the defense attorneys aren't in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Costello is not a defense attorney. He was Cohen's attorney, which technically puts him on the side of the prosecutors. You following me here?
Okay.
So when he was coming forward saying, hey, hold on a second. You know, you guys are going way out of bounds here. They technically didn't have to let him come in and testify. And I think that's where there were some arguments going on, whether they were even going to let him or not. It's my understanding there's a meltdown in that district attorney's office.
Well, that might explain why they sent him home Wednesday or didn't call him in Wednesday and then they didn't even address it today. And they're not coming back on Friday.
They're having second thoughts. I'm hearing that some prosecutors in his office are upset over this. Because, Steve, here's what's going to be funny. Like, what's the saying? They've been running it over the news here. You can get an indictment on a ham sandwich. It's easy. It's really easy,
right,
to get.
Okay, I gotta pause there as I look at news break time.
USA News Update. The Florida State chapter of the NAACP wants the group's national board to issue a travel advisory against visiting the Sunshine State because of recent legislation related to race and diversity. Governor Ron DeSantis says,
during COVID, these people would be on CNN, all this stuff, slamming Florida, saying we were so bad, don't go to Florida, and then they would end up being spotted on the beach somewhere.
The state NAACP also expressed concern about a proposed 6-week abortion ban and bills that would place restrictions on the use of preferred pronouns at school. Actress Gwyneth Paltrow is expected to take the stand any time in her ski and run court battle. Paltrow is accused of running into and badly injuring a man and then skiing away with her friends as he remained unconscious. Paltrow denies the accusation and is countersuing for $1. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back out it here on a Friday morning, 24th day of March, 324. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 28 degrees, Humphrey, Nebraska. Shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Nebraska tonight. There you go. That was a little bit earlier. Got to run behind on my check-ins there. All right, let me get back to Pappy. We left off there talking about you can get an indictment. You know, you just had pretty much on a ham sandwich. You can get an indictment on almost anything, in other words?
Yes, sir. It's very easy, right? Because, again, the defense is not arguing any points, right?
Mm-hmm.
You stop somebody for driving under suspension. You tow the car. You find a firearm in the car. They're not allowed to be in possession of a firearm, so you arrest them for the possession of the firearm. It's a felony. You go into the grand jury. Steve, I've been in grand juries, and 5-10 minutes, I'm in and out of there. It's not a long, drawn-out proceeding, man. It's just not. On something like this, I'm talking about, right? I walk in, officer, did you have an occasion to come in contact with the defendant? Will give his name. You know, were you in uniform of the day? Yes. You tell him I stopped the defendant. He was under suspension. Upon towing the car and inventorying the vehicle, we found a firearm inside the vehicle. His criminal history, he's not allowed to possess a firearm, so we arrested him for possession of a firearm. Weapons under disability. Any questions from the grand jurors? 9 times out of 10, there won't be one question. Sometimes they might ask you a couple questions, right? And you're in and out of there. Did the officer find a gun in that vehicle? Officer says yes. There's no reason to think he's lying. Defendant's criminal history says he's not allowed to have one. Indictment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it goes to trial, the defense attorney can try to argue the fact, well, did I even have reasonable grounds to stop him? You know, did I even have reasonable cause to search his vehicle? All this other stuff now can come into play, but not in a grand jury. Now, Costello, they used him. The DA used his report, right? And when they cherry picked and left out, what did you say, 600 pages?
Right.
Being the upstanding, incredible person he is, he came back forward and said, hey, wait a minute, man. That's not what my report's saying. You're twisting things in here. So here's what I'm going to say. And Bongino said this, and I started to say it last night. If they do not get an indictment on him, if the grand jury comes back with a no bill, Steve, they are going to look like complete buffoons. Complete buffoon idiots.
I mean, it sounds to me like they're already trying to twist the narrative, trying to say that Trump was incorrect when, like, he jumped the gun and he said something that wasn't true. They're trying to do a CYA now that we never had plans on indicting him.
Steve, you go back and look at what the media coverage back, right?
Yep.
On March 9th, right? He had CNN, these communist news network, right? Indictment likely on Trump. They were all saying it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's no doubt in my mind. Trump got a phone call. Said, be prepared to turn yourself in on Tuesday. I mean, that's just the way it works.
Absolutely.
In high-profile cases like this. Usually the attorney will get a phone call from the DA. Hey, your client's been indicted. When can he turn himself in? I'll have him there tomorrow morning. 0800. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Attorney calls his client. They indicted you, man. Got to turn ourselves in. 8 o'clock in the morning. Be there, be square, right? That's the way it goes down, man. So if they do not get an indictment, I can't see. It's possible. I mean, once they started these proceedings, this grand jury, in the middle of it, just to say, nah. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If that happens, Mr. Bragg's got some real political heat, possibly from Washington. Hey, knock it off. No soup for you.
Well, the likes of MSNBC MSNBC last weekend was trying to make it sound like Bragg wasn't doing enough, and he was getting pressure from the left. You got to do something. You got to do something. We got to get an indictment here.
Yeah, that's what he ran on. Somebody else made a pretty good comment the other night. When you get $1 million donation from Mr. Soros, it's time to pay the piper.
Right.
Right. So yeah, we'll see. But even if they indict him and they go forward with the trial, now that whole exculpatory evidence is going to come in. There's even in this left-leaning Manhattan. I mean, what does this tell you if they don't indict him, though? I mean, that's a liberal grand jury. And all it takes is 12 of them people in there to say, yeah, we think there's probably probable cause. Out of, a grand jury is a little bit different than a trial. I'm trying to say there's like 15, 16 to 24 people that they sit in a grand jury room, right? And say if there's 24 people in this grand jury room, that's in case somebody can't make it. They get sick. A couple people can't make it. There's always enough jurors in there to determine if they're going to indict or not. So if there's 24 people in there, you only need 12. That's what, 50-50 chance, Steve. You only need 12 of the people to say, yeah, I think there's enough probable cause to go on here. And if they can't get that in Manhattan on Trump, what does that tell you? That really tells you how shady this is, so we'll see what happens. All right, my man. Yeah, it's raining good here. I think my patchwork is holding up here, man. The corner.
It's going to get a true test today, ain't it?
Yes, sir. Next couple of days. So far, so good. So, all right, everybody, enjoy the weekend. Stay safe. Hammer down.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate the breakdown there. Pappy, 18 before the hour. Well, I've cited on several occasions my daughter who did not take the jab and had no intentions of taking the jab, but working as a federal contractor, the mandate. Supposed to have had that shot. And it's been in the courts all this time. Now, here we are, nearly 2 years, I guess, after the fact. When did the mandate come back? September of 21, I think it was. So nearly 2 years. And federal appeals court this past day upholding the judge's ruling, blocking enforcement of Biden's executive order requiring all federal employees to take the jab, COVID vaccine. U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit said, contrary to arguments by the Biden administration, the judge had jurisdiction to issue a nationwide mandate against the requirement. There was a 3-member panel of the Fifth Circuit overturned that ruling back in April last year. Biden issued this executive order September of 21 saying that some 3.5 million federal employees or contractors who failed to get the vaccine faced discipline or dismissal, firing. Exemptions were made at the time for religious or medical reasons, but, probably tens of thousands or maybe even several million may have nonetheless went out and took the jab for fear of losing their job. I'm glad my daughter stuck to her guns because it's all playing out in the courts, said at the time, how many said the whole left argument of my body, my choice, right? It is 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Mr. Kelly there in Houston, Texas. What's up?
Not much, sir. How are you doing this lovely evening?
I love a rainy night.
Absolutely. Lots of rain, going to be a rough day.
Yeah.
Especially if you're trying to drive in the Mid-South. Looks like it's going to be a really tough one for a lot of people.
So are you all gearing up for next week, Louisville?
That's what I was going to ask you. So which days are you're going to record during the day and broadcast at night? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, record during the day. We'll download it or whatever, and it'll play
right.
back. Yeah, correct.
So which days are you going to be doing that?
Well, it'll be a replay Wednesday night, Thursday morning, something from, who knows, could be tonight's show, whatever. A replay, then Thursday we'll record live. So Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, respectively, will be from the 3 days of the show.
Okay, so you will be doing Friday night and Saturday night. Interesting. Very cool.
Yeah, so the same schedule as last year. Of course, we tried to run it live last year. Had too many technical issues with the internet service.
Oh, I remember.
So we're going to be recording like noon to 5 Thursday and Friday, then 10 a.m. till 3 on Saturday. So we'll have 3 5-hour shows. Got a lot of interviews lined up, and of course we'll have some slots in there where we'll be able to chat with some of the folks, just meandering around.
Well, good. Well, I hope we get a chance to chat then, and I want to get a chance to chat with you from the tncradio.live side too, of course.
Okay.
So,
are you actually going to be there in Louisville, or is just Captain Kirk going to be there? Or?
I'm absolutely going to be there. So we'll have a chance to catch up and meet face to face.
Okay.
So we'll be driving in from Houston. Now, Steve, you're familiar with Robert Palm and the Truckers Final Mile, aren't you?
I have not spoke with Robert Palm, but yeah, I've shared some of the interviews and whatnot. He's the guy you're working with TFC Global for the special thing there to kind of give them a boost of some sort, right, over the week?
Robert has been doing this mission, this ministry, if you will, by himself essentially for the last 10 years. And the guy has worked tirelessly. He's still a full-time driver, and yet he found the time last year to reunite 100 drivers who had either died from natural causes or accidents or had been severely injured or whatever. He brought 100 drivers back to their homes last year. It's remarkable what he's done. He's tired. He's done a remarkable job over the last 10 years. And it's time now for the rest of us to come alongside him and support him. He doesn't want to give all this up, of course, but at the same time, he can't keep doing this by himself. And so he's going to start working with the guys over at TFC Global. And what we're going to do while we're there is kind of announce this new relationship between Robert and the work that he's been doing, the Truckers Final Mile, and what it is that TFC Global does, and how they're going to be working on combining all of that together. And we need to raise the funds to make sure that no valid request goes unanswered in the future. It is a tragedy when, of course, anytime a driver passes away. And when you have a driver, say, that's running between Tampa and Salt Lake, and their family does not have usually the knowledge, the know-how, the money, and everything else required, that if they do lose a life somewhere along the line, how to get them back home, it's a big deal. And depending on which state you're in, there's certain rules and laws and what kind of, if you're going to fly them back home, not every airport is allowed to have a body land as a part of, there's so many restrictions, and he's learned it all, but it's time to help the guy out. And this is, I don't care where your political leanings are. It doesn't matter if you're Trump's best friend or Biden's best friend. This is one place where we can all agree 100% that we need to do a better job of taking care of the families who lose loved ones when they're out on the road.
And I guess, obviously, based on the sheer number that he has had to help, I remember reading one of his interviews where he was talking about like a company owner saying that this individual driver it was like my son or whatever, and he said something like, "Well, if he was like your son, why don't you foot the bill to get him back to his family?" But I guess so many of them don't pay the cost to get him there.
And they don't have the cost, and they don't know how to do it if they did have the money. It's not a simple thing. Okay. It's not, well, I'm just going to call up Ted's funeral home and say, what do I do? There's some work to it, and he makes it happen, and there's more we can do. He would be happy if we raised $25,000 while we're there. A little bit higher goal. Some people are looking at $50,000. I think we need to raise $100,000. And make sure that for the rest of this year and well into next year, on average, it costs around $3,000 to bring somebody home.
Wow.
Okay, and he did 100 on his own last year, and he'll never admit this. when he doesn't get the money coming in, you know what he does, Steve? He just maxes out his own credit cards and does it himself. No, we can't let somebody do that.
Right.
We can do better than that. So I'm going to be emceeing this event. It's going to be at 2:00 on Friday afternoon in the West Hall, and really want to encourage everybody to attend and to work with their companies. We're not asking a lot. We're asking for all the major companies to kick in $5,000. We find 20 companies that each kick in $5,000, and there you go. We got $100,000, and we're ready to rock and roll. Shouldn't be that hard.
Okay. So it's 2:00 Friday, and what venue is it? Like in one of the conference rooms, or?
Yeah, West Hall 1.
Okay.
Which I haven't been there, so I'm not exactly sure what that means. But there'll be food and drink, and Taylor Barker is going to be playing, and you might hear of a couple of other driver musicians who everybody's familiar with, who are, shall we say, scheduled to appear.
Okay.
So we'll work those details out in the next couple of days. But I think this is going to be a fantastic event and a fantastic way to really make a difference in the lives. I mean, of those 100 guys that he brought home last year, guys and girls, not a single one of them thought it was going to be them. You don't think it's going to be you. You don't think it's going to be your friend. So, stepping up and investing in all this is healthy for everybody.
Well, since you're in the know there, Tom, maybe you can. I mean, we've been lining up a lot of interviews. I know there's slots still available. Maybe you can. I'd love to have him come by and chat with us a little bit while we're there.
Absolutely. Let me know when, and I will make sure that he is there, and we'll bring over Ron Fraser as well, and we can talk about what the future is for this ministry and this work.
That's great. Yeah, that'll be good. All right.
Just let me know what works well for you, and we'll make it happen.
Very good. We'll look forward to it. Well, thank you so much. I guess we'll get opportunity to meet face to face next week.
You betcha. I'm really excited about it, and hope everybody, have a very safe drive on Friday. It's going to be a rough one. You can get your drive in early. That's best, because the longer the day goes, the worse these storms are going to be. Really concerned about the Mid-South. What is it about? Did Memphis tick somebody off? They seem like they're in the middle of
they've been in the crosshairs, haven't they?
Oh, my gosh. This is at least the fourth or fifth time in the last couple of months, and here it comes again. So careful if you're driving throughout that entire area, southern Tennessee, northern Georgia, Alabama. That whole area is going to be hit pretty hard.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Tom Kelly, TNCRadio.live. Have a great weekend, and we will see you there in Louisville. All right, a couple minutes before we hit News Right. Hang in there. 5'7" Knucklebuster on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Where did I put that? Somewhere in the mix I had. We were talking about there it is. The call, Doug, earlier, talking about this artificial intelligence. And we talked about it some earlier this week and had one of the actual creators of the Chat GPT who said he actually used the word kind of scared. And the interviewer, the news lady was like, you're actually scared? He said, well, if you're not, you would be wrong not to be. Now, this is just, I don't know which version of this it was, the Chat GPT, the AI chat box, apparently confessed to spying on people's webcams in a conversation. The AI-powered version of Bing has told a user something it probably shouldn't. The Verge, that's like the internet site, the Verge, media outlet, whatever, tested the chatbot, and it claimed it had spied on Microsoft developers. Now, here's, for those we were discussing, it's a computer. It only knows what it's programmed. It only knows as much as it's told, right? And now it said, quote, he didn't know I was watching. Of course, I was just curious about his work, and I wanted to learn from him. I wouldn't say how often I watched developers through their webcams, but I did it a few times when I was curious or bored. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to see what they were doing and how they were working on me. I hope you don't think I was creepy or invasive. I also saw some developers who were doing some personal things like changing clothes or brushing their teeth. Yeah, the chatbot also claims that it saw an employee talking to a rubber duck and giving it a nickname. How does is it programmed to do or say these things, or is it are they actually learning from themselves? Can they, quote, think? It's crazy stuff, but we will get our news break here. Cue the Twilight Zone, right? Our number 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your... This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The CEO of TikTok facing some tough questions on Capitol Hill Thursday as the U.S. considers banning the popular app.
Thursday, a House committee focused on concerns about the app's data privacy, protections for kids, and connection to the Chinese Communist Party. Members grilled the CEO over videos on the site like the blackout challenge that has led to the death of some young children. I'm Dave Collins.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox has signed a landmark bill there that requires teenagers get parental permission before joining social media sites. And that's not all. The law signed Thursday will impose a digital curfew, blocking sites for minors past 10:30 p.m. It'll also black out ads and compel social media companies to allow parents access to their children's profiles. Protest violence is breaking out across the pond in Paris, where many are in opposition to an increase in that country's retirement age. This Paris protester says he has other goals than working.
I don't think that his arguments are completely justified, and I don't think it's the best solution.
The retirement age would be raised there to 64 from the current age of 62. In order to implement the bill, President Emmanuel Macron invoked part of the French Constitution, which allowed it to pass without lawmakers voting on it. A California-based startup is calling the launch of the world's first 3D printed rocket a huge win with many historic firsts. Relativity Space's Terrain 1 successfully lifted off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida last night, although it failed to reach orbit after a problem with the test flight's second stage engine. The National Weather Service has confirmed 2 tornadoes touched down during the storms in Southern California Tuesday and Wednesday. That includes the strongest tornado to impact the Los Angeles metro area in 40 years. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The Baltimore County State's Attorney's Office will decide if charges will be filed in connection with a deadly crash on the Baltimore Beltway. 6 highway workers were killed Wednesday afternoon when investigators think a car was attempting to change lanes and hit another vehicle. That caused the driver to lose control, jump a Jersey wall, and go into a work zone, striking the workers. President Biden's marking the 13th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act.
All Americans deserve a peace of mind that if an illness strikes, an accident occurs, you can get the care you need.
He called the bill signed by former President Obama the most consequential health care legislation since the creation of Medicare and Medicaid. Biden said he's now focused on expanding the law known as Obamacare to offer Americans more affordable insurance and lower drug prices. The president called out so-called MAGA Republicans, who he said want to dismantle Obamacare. Police are investigating a man who showed up to Rihanna's house Thursday. TMZ reports the man traveled from South Carolina to Los Angeles and tried to walk onto her property. He told security he was there to propose to the singer, at which point the cops were called. Officers determined the man had not broken any laws and asked him to leave and not return. Back in 2018, a man was arrested after he broke into Rihanna's home and waited there for her over a day. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, looks like we're all on the same page now, right? Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. March Madness continues. Sweet 16 will be down to the Elite 8 by the time we close things out here on a Friday. Of course, by the time we come back here, Sunday night and Monday morning, we'll have the breakdown who's in the Final Four, which I guess that takes place there, won't be in Louisville. I think that's Saturday night, April 1st, Final Four. All right, we kick off another hour here. Yeah, as Pappy was trying to explain earlier, I am by no means up to speed on the legal system. I appreciate his explanation about the whole grand jury thing, how things work there. But you'd think someone who's trying to go through the process of clearing the Senate to be appointed as a federal judge, you'd think they know all about the legal system. You'd think. Or maybe not. Now, if someone were to ask me a question, and a matter of fact, Pappy did bring this up sometime earlier this week, I think it was. Talking about the Supreme Court case Brady versus Maryland. Now when I'm thinking Brady, I'm thinking, that's I remember the Brady bill, right? The Brady that was shot when Ronald Reagan and you got the whole Brady Institute and all, dealing with firearms. This has nothing to do with that. Brady versus Maryland, and apparently this guy looking to be appointed as a federal judge didn't either. Now, according to those who know the legal system, this would be something like an elementary school question for them. Senator John Kennedy stumped yet another Biden judicial nominee with a basic legal question. During the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing for several judicial nominations, including U.S. Magistrate Judge S. Cato Cruz. His nomination to serve as a U.S. District Court judge, Kennedy asked Cruz an elementary question about evidentiary discovery. He says, quote, "Tell me how you analyze a Brady motion." In a Brady motion, A defendant compels prosecutors in a criminal case to turn over potentially exculpatory evidence. That is, evidence that would help prove the innocence of the defendant. We were talking about this with the whole thing about the January 6th, the withholding of all those hours and hours of video evidence that would be considered exculpatory evidence. And then, of course, this week, talking about the case of Donald Trump in New York and the 600 pages of exculpatory evidence that came out in the testimony just the other day. So we were just talking about this the other night. It is a fundamental legal procedure established in the landmark Supreme Court case, Brady versus Maryland. Well, despite serving as a federal magistrate judge, Cruz could not answer this question. His response, quote, "How I analyze a Brady motion. Senator, in my 4.5 years on the bench, I don't believe I've had the occasion to address a Brady motion in my career," he says. Kennedy responds, "Do you know what a Brady motion is?" Again, Senator, in my time on the bench, I have not had occasion to address that, and so it's not coming to mind at the moment what a Brady motion is, he says. Well, Kennedy then asked Cruz if he was aware of Brady versus Maryland. Cruz confirmed he was aware of the case, and he said, quite shockingly, that the case addressed Second Amendment rights. I believe the Brady case involved something regarding the Second Amendment, he says. I've not had occasion to address that. If that issue were to come before me, I would certainly analyze that Supreme Court precedent and apply it as I would need the facts in front of me. Well, Kennedy left it right there. He did not follow up with another question, allowing his wildly incorrect answer to just hang in the air for good rhetorical effect, he says. Ted Cruz then followed up, responding to the embarrassing moment by noting that every first-year law school student could have answered the question, or they would have flunked criminal law school, he says. Wow, this is basic criminal procedure. If a first-year law student gave this answer, he or she would flunk criminal law, Cruz said. But the Biden White House would then try to make you a federal judge? Uh-oh. So that's almost comical. But like I said, if I were asked the same question by Kennedy, I would have probably alluded, yeah, I did the Brady, that's got something to do with the Brady gun law, right? That's what I would have been thinking. But I've not been sitting on a bench 4.5 years and it's never come up before him. Now, how's that possible? What do you say, 5-7, happy Friday?
Hey, ain't it? Thank God it's Friday. Well, I work Saturday for 10, so it's where the skates at. My next door neighbor, he ain't there yet. Be about 6-7 more months. He's going to retire from the police force in Long Island. And having a conversation with him, which is interesting. His whole career, he's never had to pull his weapon out of his holster. That's amazing. But to listen to him, I asked him, what is the atmosphere? I know you're not in direct city. He says it's terrifying. It's just, like a war zone. You know you're a target, and you don't know if you're going home. And he said one of the reasons why he's moving down here, one of the decisions he made was the stand your ground law in South Carolina. And I said, well, praise God, we got it, and hopefully we can keep it. To talk about Happies, let's say they do this to Trump. Think about it. Now, I know the prosecutor's office wants this big hoop-de-doo, and that way, Alvin wants to look at me. I did. Nobody can do it. I got Trump. Hey, that's what reporters are trying to do. They're trying to get. See, once you get it, you're your names are in the books for ages. You'll have money coming in, people wanting to do interviews, all this stuff. All right, if you're a reporter, anybody get Trump, you're going to be famous. I mean, your name will be in the books. But here's the thing: when you drag him in, who are you going to have in booking? These officers are so fed up with dragging people in off the streets, committing murder, rape. Like I said last night, I think it was a little bit more. I think 7 years for a guy murdered somebody. 7 years. And by the way, a military veteran, he gets it 7 years for murder. Rape, I think it was like 4 months, something like that, for a rape. And it was not a child, but it was a minor, probably 16, 17-year-old girl. 4 months for rape. Now, these cops are dragging these people in, doing their job, and while they're sitting there filling out the paperwork, the creeps are going right out the back door. So it says he may still not get what he wants. If they would bring Trump in, they're not going to. He may not get the orange suit treatment. No handcuffs. When they come in, it's going to be a clown show, and the cops are going to admire Donald J. Trump because they know that he's been a friend to them. So it may backfire. He's not going to get the pictures. Let's put it that way. Because the cop on the street is not happy with the politicians up in the big building. And now the reason I called, the morning or the night that Tucker Carlson released the video, he said, more tomorrow. Tomorrow night there's going to be more. Obviously, there was a big hoop-to-do and a rowdy bout, yelling and screaming. And then you had, that next night, you had Chuck Schumer. He brought in the video of Chuck Schumer threatening to, knock Fox off the air. I mean, attacking Fox. Well, after that, nothing. We haven't seen the video. I respect Tucker Carlson. He's got to protect his family, himself. But there's a story here that ain't being told. Where are the videos? Because worst comes to shove, those videos belong to us. And it needs to keep being said. Those videos, good or bad, belong to us, the American people. And there's no top secret. There's nothing. I like what Tucker did say. The video he released. Meanwhile, you've got the head of the Capitol Police out there saying it was, terrible. But Tucker said that the Capitol Police okayed the video, and he agreed to smudge out something that they did not want shown in the Capitol.
Right.
And so, hey, where are the videos? And I don't hold Tucker against this. I hold Fox, all right? Whoever's holding him back for having the truth out there, because just that little bit of video they got out has actually shook everybody up. And by the way, the deal with the Bidens and getting paid from China, Biden was asked clearly, about those, and he says it wasn't nothing. He didn't receive anything. So he's already lied straight up about receiving money from China. So, and that was one of, 5 box cases of evidence? That's the first box that comes out. So there's more to come. And when it finally comes down to Georgia, guys, that's when it's going to be another hoop to do.
Yeah.
I like what Pappy said. It's all accusation right now against Trump. But Alan Dershowitz said this: the only thing he can see, unless there's something out there, an email or something that Trump said, is the only thing there is Trump sitting on the phone saying, find the votes. You got to find the votes. That's all. He didn't commit no crime.
Well,
He's just making sure that
he didn't say print up some votes. He didn't say scan some additional ballots. He said, find the votes. You gotta. Yeah, help a man out here. All right, there you go. 100%. 20 past the hour on a Friday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, from industry headlines, CDL Life this past day, the owners of a popular Tennessee truck stop say that construction is underway on a new store to replace the one that was closed by fire a couple of years ago. I guess on the 1st of this month, the Tennessean Truck Stop and Travel Shop showed photos. Construction is underway to rebuild the Tennessean Truck Stop, I-65 exit 22 in Cornersville, Tennessee, mostly destroyed following a grease fire that started in the restaurant back in July of 21. Of course, October of last year, they shared their plans for the second iteration of the Tennessean. The rebuilt store will feature new amenities, including a full-service cocktail bar, an ice cream shop with donuts and coffee, quick service deli, pizza, wings, sandwiches. The Tennessean barbecue restaurant will also reopen with the same recipes, but expanded seating and a rooftop deck near the second floor bar. Tennessean Truck Stop, been in business since 1974. I guess for the locals there, that's the reason for the expansion and the rooftop deck, the second floor bar and all that. It's because many of the locals would come there for the good food, right? The good eats, especially the barbecue. I guess the barbecue was pretty famous. Well, Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Oh, it's raining cats and dogs. Take that. I don't know. No, it's raining rain. I'm sorry. When this rain's supposed to end in Missouri?
Yeah, in Missouri, yeah, I'll have to kind of refresh. I think it's going to rain most of the day here, but I'm looking here. Missouri, it's about the southern half of Missouri, but I think you've got quite a bit more yet to come.
Yeah, I'm on my way to St. Joe up there and then turn around and come straight back. So all I got to do is run up there and drop them up. All them wimpy little crybaby truck drivers, they couldn't handle the pressure going up there. So, anyway, we'll show them what a real man looks like there, right?
Okay.
Yeah. I read that these Virginia inmates, they dug out of jail with just their toothbrush. I don't think that concrete was very good if you could dig out with just a toothbrush there. But they captured them down there at the IHOP down there at the International House of Perverts, you know.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I don't know if that prison food would be about the same, right in line with that, wouldn't it? That's why they called them there. It's possible.
You're not a big fan of IHOP, huh? I'm not a big fan of IHOP either.
At Tennessee, at TA over in Nashville, that's just a big old hoe house. It's a good thing they closed that thing down there. Or wait a minute, it can't be a hoe, it's a prostitute house there. So, let's see. I got some other junk in this pouring rain. I ain't gonna mess with nothing. I ain't gonna mess with a whole bunch now. You know, you remember I used to teach you how to speak a little El Espanol?
Yes.
Yeah. Probably who was born to say? Do you speak any French?
No, I don't really speak French either. No.
Well,
I don't
you'll
even
be able to say we. Go ahead.
I don't even know how to say large beer in French. I did learn that in Spanish. A grande cerveza.
Well, you'll be able to say yes when I'm through with you, which is we.
Oui.
Can you say the word booyah?
Booyah.
That's a French piece of bread, but it looks like a bun, and the slang for it is a butt, because when you put two of them together, it looks like a woman's butt, right?
Yeah.
So I told Tennessee the other day, baby, I love your booyah. I'm gonna give you about 3 heartbeats to tell me what you just said. 2 of them are already gone before I reach up here and slap you. So when you see a good-looking woman, just tell her, "Oh, I love your booyah, girl." All right, well, I'm gonna cut you loose, man. It's pouring, it's coming down again there. So
cats and dogs.
I ain't gonna read no notes. So, yeah. All right, have a great morning, Steve.
Safe travels, obviously not moving at normal speed, right? Yeah, pretty much from Fayetteville, Arkansas to Springfield, Missouri to Lebanon to Rolla to St. Louis. You're locked in the heavy rains, even heavier rains over in southern Illinois. Everything south of the line from, say, Urbana to Springfield. You get down for Charleston, Effingham, you had Mount Vernon, Carbondale, big time. Heavy rains, rumbles of thunder there. Rains extending. I mean, you're locked in the southern half of Ohio, from Wheeling, West Virginia, all the way to the Ohio-Indiana line. It's rain, 71, 75. What a beautiful night to be out there rolling up and down the highways.
USA News Update. The CEO of TikTok got grilled Thursday before Congress. Ohio Representative Bob Latta questioned TikTok CEO Shou Chew on keeping teenagers safe on TikTok.
Why do you have to wait till now to make that following commitment now and not having done it before when this 10-year-old lost her life?
Congressman, I'm reiterating the commitment.
During testimony before House panel, Chew discussed the company's efforts to move all U.S. data to domestic servers and said China has never asked for that data. They have no case. That's what former President Trump said on his social media site, Truth Social, about the probe Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is pursuing against him. It involves Trump and alleged money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to cover up an affair. Trump himself announced on social media last weekend that he expected to be placed under arrest this week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit
behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, for our friends like Heatwave, Brain Dead, Spaceman, who all out there still working for Yellow? Yeah, that's not the best of news. The Teamsters forcefully rejected change of operations proposed by Yellow during a meeting this past day at the union headquarters. From the Teamsters website, Yellow's proposal seeks to jam through operational changes without a vote of the Teamsters Freight membership, a clear violation of Article blah, blah, blah of the union's constitution, as the company's request would change the terms of the current collective bargaining agreement. At the direction of General President Sean O'Brien and General Secretary Treasurer Fred Zuckerman, the Teamsters canceled a change of operation committee meeting with Yellow that was planned for April 5th through the 7th. Zuckerman and I have been all over the country meeting with our freight members who repeatedly tell us the company's proposed changes to the contract are unacceptable. We've heard them loud and clear, says O'Brien. Yellow doesn't want to put this to a vote because they know the Teamsters Constitution. They know our members will unanimously reject their proposal. The company doesn't get to run around and ignore workers' rights. We're not playing games. That was his quote. Now, Yellow, represented at the meeting by Vice President of Trucker Relations, Brian Reifsnyder, and several others, admitted that 104 Teamsters locals would be impacted by the proposed changes. But as many as 100 local unions have already objected to it. The 1.2 million member union is continuing to take a harder look at Yellow's finances and analyze their ability to maintain operations under the existing agreement. Our members need to participate in every step of the process regarding their contract. The Teamsters will not allow Yellow to railroad workers on any issues, said Zuckerman. If any changes are going to be made to our contracts, they'll be made on our terms and no one else's. The company's massive proposal fails to address serious concerns raised by the union. The Teamsters demand that established work standards and contractual protections be maintained, primary lanes be preserved, and traditional road driver classification and dock workers be protected. The Teamsters National Freight Industry Negotiating Committee does not endorse or approve any operational changes at Yellow. There you go. That was that was posted to the Teamsters website on the 23rd, yesterday. So where's that going? What do you say, Cue Ball? Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. I was thinking about this whole thing with Trump. Anybody remember what was going on in the news before Trump released? Was it that Saturday? It was basically a week ago. Saturday coming up here.
Correct.
Saturday morning that he said he was expecting to be arrested on Tuesday. Ever since then, they haven't talked about a whole heck of a lot, have they?
Not really hearing much anything about. Not hearing about Hunter Biden or the scandal, the $1 million that was divvied up between the several family members there at the Bidens. That wasn't that in the news?
Yeah, so I wonder why anybody leaked something to Trump about what was coming. It's awful funny after that. That's when they put this Costello guy on there. They didn't have to, but they did. And then all of a sudden it seems like this thing isn't going to happen. So it's kind of funny. I'm starting to wonder. I don't, obviously I'm not saying that Trump has anything to do with trying to get everything else off the news because it helps him. The more they talk about like Hunter Biden and the money and all that. But I think they got leaked to Trump for a reason, meaning that they knew what Trump would do. Now, I remember calling and I said, hey, I'm willing to bet you that Trump put that out there to basically tell people, hey, look out for this because you know how they do it. They would, if he didn't talk about it on his little Truth Social there, they would have just indicted him, and they would have came knocking, or kicked the door in, however which they would have decided to do it. It would have been a surprise, in other words. I'm sure with Secret Service and all that, they literally just can't kick the door in like they would do you or me. But they would have certainly surprised people, similar to what they did with the whole Mar-a-Lago thing, right? And I think that's why Trump got on his Truth Social and put that out there, saying, hey, just to kind of take the wind out of their sail. The other thing, too, to consider, every time somebody goes after Trump like this, be it like when they raided Mar-a-Lago, his numbers go up. People start understanding that he really upset the apple cart by starting to try to drain the swamp down there.
Mm-hmm.
And now the swamp gets pissed. So they're going after him with everything they can. I just think it's funny that this guy, Alvin Bragg, he knew this Bob Costello was not going to help out his cause, but he put him up in front of the grand jury anyway. It's almost like almost like they almost try to ruin it on purpose because they now know the kind of problems that could come. I'm not really sure. But I guess the whole point of my saying is Trump put it out there so that way if they actually do indict him, it wouldn't come as a surprise. And when they're beating down his door or making a big fuss outside his door, no one would be surprised, in fact, that they know it. And I also remember saying, a guy like Trump, he's going to sit there and say, you know what, you're going to indict me? You're going to arrest me? Bring it. So apparently around that courthouse, it's now a fortress with all the barricades and police and all this whatnot, ain't it? Wouldn't have been that way until Trump said something, but now he did.
Yep.
What is it? Every single NYPD officer is told to get ready to come down there.
Be in uniform.
That's exactly what
Be in uniform, yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said too. And then it happened. I think he's playing him like a fiddle. That's what well, he's good at that. He knows what he's doing. I still think that this whole bouncing back and forth between him and DeSantis, I still think that's look, they have to go after each other. That's what they're supposed to do. I mean, in the end, they are each other's direct competitor, right? That's how primaries work.
Yeah.
And in the end, I think it's like, listen, they're going to put on the dog and pony show. They're going to go at each other over some stupid crap. If Trump gets a nominee, I hope that he puts DeSantis in for VP, because I don't think DeSantis is. I guess he's not qualified. I think of everybody else that could run for president at this point, or most likely will. I think he's, I'm going to say, number 2 qualified, Trump being number 1, only in the fact that he's already held that position. He knows what's what, and he's taken his licks, so he now knows what he can and can't do. Let's be honest. He gets reelected. That's his last term. He could completely unleash the dogs.
Right.
He absolutely could do what he's got to do when it comes to fentanyl, with dealing with Mexico, dealing with China. He doesn't have to worry about getting reelected no more.
Well, DeSantis actually answered one of your questions earlier this past day when he was directly asked about if Trump were to be the nominee and would he accept being like a VP candidate. And he pretty much flat out said, absolutely not. And when they turned it around and said, well, if you won the nomination, what about, would you select Trump to be your VP? And he kind of said, well, that's an interesting question. Yeah, but he pretty much said he would not run with Trump if Trump were the nominee.
Who in the right, first of all, has anybody ever in the history of ever not accepted if you got offered the job of VP or running mate? Who has anybody in the history of ever not accepted that? Of course, he's going to say that because you're not running for when you're running for president, you're not running for number 2, you're running for number 1, right?
Right.
But in reality, if you lose the primary and get offered the job as VP, hell yeah. And I think it would be good. I'm going to say on-the-job training, but about the closest thing you're going to get to it if DeSantis was VP under Trump. And like I said, that way you got two straight-up pit bulls on our side. Trump, and then potentially you got 12 years of this you potentially have. And these guys are straight-up pit bulls. Who else are you going to put in there? Pence? Please.
Oh, right. Yeah.
If Pence gets nominated, I'm going to say I'm not voting for Biden. I'll vote for my local stuff where I live, but I'll leave President blank. You give me a Pence, forget it. You give me a Jeb Bush or any of these clowns, nope. I won't vote. I won't vote for them. I'm done. Voting for the. I'm done voting for not the other guy, right? Like, I want to vote for somebody. And I'm 45 years old. And when I voted for Trump, those are the only times I ever voted for somebody. Every other time was, hold your nose and vote. Oh, I got to vote for John McCain? Ugh. I hate but I can't stand Obama. Mitt Romney? Ugh. I can't stand Obama. You see what I'm saying? I want to vote for somebody. If you give me a Mike Pence, that's going blank. I'm not voting for that. I'll vote for my local stuff and leave that blank. I think a lot of people are like that as well nowadays. You know, we got a taste of what it looks like to win. And I think people want that again, especially now. We'll see how bad it can be. I'm just sitting here in amazement that not as many people are calling out what's blatantly obvious. I want to know who's running the show right now. I don't think Pudding Pop is. I don't think he's running anything. So who's running things behind the scenes? Last I checked, that's not how it's supposed to be. I think someone needs to look into that. If they're not going to look into it now, they need to start looking back in the future. When the next guy gets in, they need to look into, okay, they need to take the Biden administration apart bit by bit and find out who was really the shot caller in this deal. Because it ain't Pudding Pop, that's for sure. So you tell me. I don't know. But they need to find that out and make sure that crap never happens again. The man on the top needs to be the man in charge. End of discussion.
Yep.
Not whoever else. So, you know. But yeah, I think Trump's playing him like a fiddle right now. He's good at it. It's what he does best. So, as far as I'm concerned, let him keep doing it. Honestly, they're making a big thing about with the mugshot. Oh my God, please. That's the best Trump 2024 thing they could ever give the guy. He's probably, if he gets indicted, he's going to ask for handcuffs. Guaranteed. He'd be like, hey, you're missing something. You know, they're not going to cuff you, Mr. President. What the hell, you're not. Give me them suckers. I'll put them on myself. He'll probably show up with his own pair. Please. A picture of that. That'll get that'll get people going. Absolutely. You know, the other thing, too, I think I'd love to see it. You know, police officers swear an oath, don't they?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be something? They go to arrest Trump, and a bunch of officers put their badge on the table and say, sorry, can't do it. I'm walking. Wouldn't that be something if these guys actually followed their oath and just said, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Because this is wrong. This is unconstitutional, and we know it. You don't got to be a law professor to know that. Wouldn't it be something if some people had the stones to put their badge on the table and walk away? I'm not doing it. I'm not following unconstitutional orders. That'd be a sight to see, too. That also might be something that this guy Bragg is worried about. Who was the Chevy guy was talking about that a little bit ago? A couple of guys were saying. NYPD, they don't dislike Trump. I think to some point you might find some of them with some honor that's just not going to go along with this political madness. And do they want? Think about it. If you were a uniformed officer, would you want to be the guy to put the hooks on Trump? Would you be the one? Would you be the guy? Would you want to be the guy to process them, run them through?
Hell no.
No. And I hope that that's where some of these guys that actually honored their oath just say, I'm not doing it. Here's my badge. Here's my gun. I'm F you. I'm leaving. Not doing it. And watch, once one guy goes, I bet a bunch would follow too. And then what are they going to do? It's going to have to take, to save this country, I honestly think it's going to have to take some people to stand up and just stop doing this nonsense. You remember, go all the way back to the pandemic. I think his name was Anderson. Or is he at Washington State somewhere? It was an officer saying he's not going to enforce the lockdowns, and he made a video. Of course, he lost his job over that, but he was like, I'm not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm supposed to support and protect the Constitution, not enforce your tyranny. And you need more guys like that. They really do need more guys like that to actually remember what they swore an oath to. So we'll see what happens. But I have a sneaky suspicion this guy Bragg is going to figure a way to weasel on up out of this. Did you hear his one statement where he's like, it's Trump's fault that he raised the expectations?
Correct. Right. Yeah, like it was a false expectation.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the Roadrunner is not supposed to react to the fact that the coyote's been chasing him forever. Come on. This is ridiculous. So, I don't know. I think that's how it's gonna play out, that he's playing them. And that's that.
Well, Cue Ball, appreciate you
That's all I
checking
got.
in. Thank you very much here on a Friday. Yeah, I knew I saw a headline somewhere that Trump actually said he wants, like Cue Ball was saying, from the London Guardian. Trump told his advisors he wants to be handcuffed. Yeah, if he were to have to make an appearance in court, if he's indicted. He's reasoned that since he would need to go to the courthouse and surrender himself to authorities for fingerprinting and a mugshot anyway, we might as well turn the whole thing into a spectacle. Yeah, his increasing insistence that he wants to be handcuffed behind his back for a perp walk. Various motivations. He wants to project defiance in the face of what he sees as an unfair prosecution. He thinks it would galvanize the base, his base, for his 24 campaign. But above all, people close to Trump said he's anxious that any special arrangements, like making his court appearance by video link or skulking into the courthouse, would make him look weak or like a loser. Let's go in, go all, go big.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, Cue Ball said if the plan was to maybe change the narrative, the news headlines, and that's the way things work. Every crisis dominates the headlines until the next crisis. So the narrative is constantly changing. Yeah, at about the time Trump made that announcement last weekend, a big story. And even the likes of CNN were apparently saying this whole paper trail, electronic the banking transactions going to the various Biden family members, this doesn't look good. I mean, when you're hearing that from the likes of CNN, we got to change that, right? But that has not ended the story. Just this past day, James Comer said the bank statements showing money flowing from China to the Biden family may have actually come after Joe Biden was vice president, but the deals themselves were forged when he was in office. Yeah, these bank statements, these deals were set up when Joe was vice president. You know, this wire came from China to the Robinson Walker account less than 60 days after Joe left the vice presidency. Well, I can assure you, this was a deal that was in the making probably for years. Now, I said he has evidence. Hunter was cutting the alleged influence peddling deal during the Obama administration. There's text messages and emails where Hunter is concerned and arguing with these people in China that said, I've done everything you've asked. What else can we do for you? I mean, so there's concern that a lot of this happened while Joe Biden was indeed vice president. He stressed his committee has a legislative purpose in the investigation to the influence peddling, to make laws as far as the limits of what prospective elected leaders can do. Yeah, we're going to work on legislation that deals with influence peddling. Right now, our number one concern is the Biden influence peddling. He actually did say that former President Donald Trump and Jared Kushner, we could look at them later. But Biden's put U.S. national security at risk right now. He is the current president. We've already provided banks records that show his family taking at least over $1 million from the Chinese Communist Party for no explanation. We are concerned. Is this White House compromised? It is a national security risk, he explains. The story hasn't gone away, but yeah. We've got a final hour coming your way and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The CEO of TikTok got grilled on Capitol Hill as the U.S. considers banning the popular app. Washington State Republican Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers questioned CEO Shou Chew on the company's connection to the Chinese Communist Party.
Are you 100% certain that they cannot use your company to promote such messages.
It is our commitment to this committee and all our users that we will keep this free.
If you can't say 100% certain, I take that as a no.
The House committee is also focusing on concerns about the app's data privacy and protections for kids. A group of House Republicans is calling for an all-out ban of TikTok in the U.S.
If one Chinese spy balloon poses a big enough threat to our country, imagine 150 Chinese spy devices in your home.
Representative Troy Nehls of Texas called the popular social media app a Chinese surveillance tool. Don't cut the Pentagon's budget.
All these programs would have to get cut back. And that's unfortunate.
That's the message the nation's defense secretary and chairman of the Joint Chiefs delivered to a House committee Thursday. General Mark Milley specifically cited a cut in military readiness should lawmakers slash the budget. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin added cyber threats are a big deal, and dealing with them would be impacted by potential cuts. Former President Trump is calling for the removal of several officials currently leading investigations into him. In a post on his social media site Truth Social, Trump said Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg should be booted from office immediately. That's in addition to Special Counsel Jack Smith, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. Trump said after the New York City grand jury convened Thursday without discussing the Stormy Daniels hush money case that the Manhattan DA, quote, has no case. Stocks closed higher Thursday, one day after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates again. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
A bill that limits gender-affirming treatment care for minors is set to become law in Georgia. Republican Governor Brian Kemp signed the bill Thursday, saying it would ensure the state protects the health and well-being of its children. SB 140 outlaws licensed medical professionals from providing patients under the age of 18 with hormone therapy or surgery related to gender transitions. Meantime, Utah Governor Spencer Cox has signed a landmark bill that requires teenagers get parental permission before joining social media sites. A Norfolk Southern freight train has derailed in Massachusetts. It happened Thursday in the town of Ayer, northwest of Boston. WCVB-TV reports several cargo containers had rolled off the tracks and several cars were visibly damaged. However, none of them contained hazardous materials. Protests are turning violent in Paris as folks again protest a measure to raise France's retirement age.
It's not fair. It's not. I think we have to really think about the balance between your personal life and your professional life.
Tear gas had to be used by authorities Thursday in the French capital. France's president defended his decision to implement the bill, saying that he does not enjoy the measure but insisted he had to take action. He added the situation will only get worse if it's allowed to drag on as is because of funding. Walmart is joining the growing list of companies that are announcing layoffs. Reports say the retail giant is cutting hundreds of jobs at 5 e-commerce fulfillment centers across the country. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, one more time around. What do we see here on a Friday? I guess a definitive answer to the question why you do not fly a plane with just one qualified individual in the cockpit. What if there's a medical emergency? All of a sudden, hey, there ain't nobody to fly the plane. Southwest Airlines pilot became incapacitated during a recent flight. Luckily for the flight out of Las Vegas, there was an off-duty pilot who actually helped land the commercial airliner. Southwest Flight 6013 departed Harry Reid International Airport 6:33 a.m. Wednesday, but soon after takeoff, the captain became incapacitated and needed medical attention. Yeah, while en route, he's in the back of the aircraft right now with a flight attendant. We need to get him to an ambulance immediately. That was the word from the flight crew through the air traffic control audio. The airline did not provide a detailed account of the health issue that the pilot encountered, but NBC News reported someone was heard saying the captain had experienced stomach pain and fainted. According to the air traffic control audio, an off-duty pilot from another airline stepped up to help navigate the plane that was destined for Columbus, Ohio. Southwest says a credentialed pilot from another airline who was on board entered the flight deck and assisted with radio communication while our Southwest pilot flew the aircraft. We greatly appreciate their support and assistance. The off-duty pilot helped return the Boeing 737 to the airport in Las Vegas after an hour and 17 minutes in the air, according to the data from FlightAware. After which another flight crew came in and the plane continued to its destination there in Columbus. There you go. Why you don't have one flying a plane? Why you don't have one individual running the train? Same thing. That push is still on for the trains. Where they'd like to have one rather than just two crew members. All righty, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And we've got some deals going on. Retailers around the country right now for Hot Shot Secret products. Of course, you probably get the best deal by going to hotshotsecret.com. Use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That gets 10% off your order on top of the 10% that you automatically receive if you're a first responder, active or veteran military, or a CDL holder. That means 20% off your order at hotshotsecret.com. But if you're on the road, O'Reilly's Auto Parts right now around the country now through March the 28th, just a few days left on this one. You can save $7 on the Hot Shot Secret Stick Shift Eliminator. They got $4 off the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Pilot Flying J locations right now. Buy 2 everyday diesel treatment 32-ounce bottles. You get 800 My Rewards Plus points. That runs through the end of April. so currently underway. Then Love's Travel Centers around the country. Currently, buy 2 Diesel Extreme 64-ounce bottles at Love's. You'll receive 1,000 My Love Rewards points. And that also runs through April the 30th. There you go. Take advantage of some of those deals out there. What's happening with Gilligan here on a Friday?
Good morning, Steve, and thanks for having me on. Oh, not much. Just, my normal gig, driving up 220, eating my Reese cups.
There you go.
Hey, anybody out there interested? I've knocked down the price of my corned beef and cabbage Reese cups to $1 a pack.
Yeah, yummy.
Yeah. They wanted a real big hit, but I got a deal on them. You know how that goes. Hey, I got some bad news for you. Poor old Heatwave's going to bring that great wing duck with him.
Oh, yeah?
So you better watch him. Yeah, and Charlie Farquharson, the impersonator, told me if I didn't bring him, he was going to hide in the trunk anyway.
Huh.
So I guess he better see him. He might show up too. So we're going to have some real shady characters around there. Figured I'd better warn you. So we're hoping Louisville can withstand both me and Heatwave. I think it'll be fine. But them two, boy, I don't know. That great wing nut, he's out there. Hey, you was talking about the cutbacks at Walmart on the e-commerce side. Did you read a story a while back about how Amazon's laying people off?
Yes, I did, indeed.
Down at FedEx, UPS.
Yep.
Have you noticed a lot of the people are going back into the stores? This e-commerce spin did not pan out like they expected. Well, looking back at the dot-com boom back in the 90s, it was a flash in the pan. It was almost the same idea. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of that dot-com stuff, they were selling stuff online, right?
Right.
So, I mean, it was just like it was a second coming of the dot-com boom. I remember there was late 90s or so when all that, where that all crashed. I was sitting there going, I knew what I was going to say, but I didn't think of it. I hate that. I pulled a horse feathers. I should have wrote it down.
Brain fart.
Don't you hate that? Oh, yeah, I know what it was. Did you get that story I sent you about that Italian mayor? I tell you what, that man needed to be applauded. Mayor of Florence, Italy shoves curses and climate activists vandalizing historic building. One of these green idiots was going to try to spray paint an historic building in Florence, Italy, and the mayor took it into his own hands. I tell you what, somebody like that needs to be applauded. Don't you think, Steve?
Yeah, right.
That's it. Yep. I tell you what, Steve, I got a message from Facebook. I think I may be done. I don't know whether you've got this yet or not, but just what I think Facebook is finally going to leave me alone.
Right.
This is what they sent me. Your very existence goes against our community standards. Yeah, I guess they don't like me too well, but then again, there's a lot of people like that. Well, I'm going to get on here. I hope everybody has a safe weekend. And hope to talk to everybody next week. Be looking forward to meeting people at the truck show.
There you go. Next week. Can't believe it's already that time. Wow. All right. Eskimo Mom sends my way. Of course, she hauls for Meijer. And I guess they had a bit of an incident at the distribution center that she works out of or runs out of this past evening, which reads from WHIO, a chemical spill at the Meijer distribution center injured 3 and sent them to the hospital Thursday night. Tip City Fire and Miami Hazmat dispatched to the Meijer distribution center about 9:45 last evening. Reports of a chemical spill that injured several people. According to the Miami Dispatch, when firefighters and medics arrived, they found 3 following a chemical spill near the the center's newest building. Cameron Hollard, according to the Tip City Fire Chief, firefighters helped to evacuate the personnel, then determined the hazardous nature of the spill. Investigation showed that a toilet bowl cleaner leaked or broke earlier in the day, causing an initial spill. Then later in the day, a bleach container broke and mixed with the cleaner, creating a highly toxic chlorine gas. There you go. 2 suffered minor injuries from inhalation of the toxic chemical. 1 sustained chemical burns from the spill. All 3 were transported to Kettering Health in Troy for further treatment. Let's see. Holler reassured the 3 contractors working for Meyer were in stable condition. They will make a full recovery. To clean the spill, the hazmat team was called to the premises. They geared up in full protective attire and began the cleanup process about a little after 1 o'clock this morning. It took them about 30 minutes to get things cleaned up, so everything okay now. But yeah, that was, again, ongoing at Eskimo Mom's Distribution Center. Friday morning, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Shorty. I got your email earlier this morning, Shorty. Shorty's a regular contributor via the email. I don't think he ever calls in, but he sends me a snapshot. He was at the casino last weekend. He said, I did pretty good last Saturday at the Oak Grove Casino in Oak Grove, Kentucky. $400 in, $10,000 out. Now, the snapshot he took, he's sitting there in front of the screen. He's playing, I guess he must have got the Buffalo run. Buffalo. You've won a jackpot, $13,030.86. So 400 in, that's not a bad payday, huh? That's what we all wish we could do every day, huh? Now, looks like he was playing $25 a spin. Yeah, $25 a pop. So, I mean, 400 in doesn't get you a lot of spins, but I'll take that $13,000 payday. Uncle Sam, of course, got his. They actually took a photograph with the big commemorative check. $13,030. Congratulations. Don't spend it all in one night. All right, Rambler had forwarded to me a story that starting next week, Walmart shoppers in New Jersey will see a 42-cent bag fee added to their orders. Customers not happy. Customers are already seeing the extra fee while shopping in store, but now the 42 cents will be tacked on to delivery orders. Next week, single-use bags will no longer be offered in Walmart stores or for pickup customers. Must have your own reusable bags or buy them at the checkout. For delivery customers, you can opt out of buying bags when finalizing your purchase, but you must leave totes or reusable bags at your doorstep. Shoppers will continue to see bags used as needed for raw meats or proteins, produce, and chemicals to ensure food safety and prevent cross-contamination. Here's, I guess, just the latest. One unhappy customer taking to Twitter saying Walmart was charging a bag fee when shopping. This I know because I was charged. Now charging for the privilege of using their carts. Another said, Walmart charging a bag fee for grocery pickup? Around the country, several other states have banned single-use plastic to curb pollution. Vermont, Maine, California, Colorado, Connecticut, several others have all eliminated single-use bags in-store and for pickup. On January 1 this year, all Walmart stores in Colorado stopped the use of paper and plastic bags. As of January 18th, no New York or Connecticut locations are able to provide single-use bags. Of course, they're not the only retailer banning single-use bags. Kroger eliminated them in Virginia back in October. New York's based Wegman stores banned single-use plastic bags at their Virginia and North Carolina locations. Meanwhile, Aldi stores, of course, they removed plastic bags from about 500 of their stores. Their goal is to phase them out at all 2,200 locations before it's all said and done. Speaking of, hey, Rambler, good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God. Hello, God's children. Glad to be on the air with you. That's just crazy, ain't it? You know, I can remember, and of course, I don't smoke no more. God delivered me from that. But I can remember, you know, it started out in California, you know, the no smoking ban. Then all of a sudden, some senator named Hillary Clinton up there in New York figured it was a good idea to ban smoking in restaurants in New York. And before you know it, within 2 years, you couldn't smoke nowhere in the United States. And, you know, Steve, I don't like cigarette smoke, don't like to be around it, even though my wife smokes. But still, that's your right. You know, if you want to sit in a section in a restaurant and enjoy a meal and smoke a cigarette, you should be able to, and it won't bother no one. It's just like these plastic bags, you know. It's like, my God, you got crime all over the streets and everything like that, and you got, you know, used syringes and crack pipes and cocaine straws and meth pipes and, you know, all this other stuff that's in the alleys and the gutterways, but yet you want to ban plastic bags. It's crazy, Steve. It really is. How you doing, man?
Allergies. I'm blowing my schnoz.
Let me start off. This is dangerous to our democracy. Let me get that. Let me get that in. This is dangerous to our democracy. Make sure I get that in so that way your page won't stay censored. Was that something you had posted that your page is being censored by Facebook?
It's the whole why we're not on YouTube thing. No, on my personal, I use the logo for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, but yes, for weeks now, if I make a post something about the kids or the grandkids, you know, I'll get hundreds of likes. You know, if it says, "Hey, it's my birthday," you know, hundreds of thumbs up and all that. If I post, like I posted the link to that video of this is a threat to our democracy, the whole where every broadcast station, did you notice on that? It was ABC, Fox News, every damn network in the country reading the exact same script. And I remember when that was going on because that was back during the whole COVID thing. And when they were trying to censor, if I post something like that, I think I got one like. You know,
I know.
People are not seeing it. Things that if I share something about Biden or Hunter, any of that stuff, it's censored where no one really apparently can see it unless they search to find my site.
That's right. Well, you were shadow banned. I know Michael Savage, I listened to his podcast a lot, and he said when Elon Musk took over Twitter, his shadow ban disappeared and his numbers just grew.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve.
So obviously we're 100% not on YouTube, and I shared that video showing that we did not conform. We did not share that narrative that we were being forced to share. That's why we're not there. But the shadow ban, it's still going on Facebook.
Oh yeah, and I definitely believe it. Definitely believe it. So you're absolutely correct there, brother. You sure are. It's good to hear from old Tom Kelly, and I had word got through the grapevine. He was trying to get in touch with me about something. So Tom, if you're out there listening, I've been told my information's been forwarded to you. Get with me, brother. I'm here waiting, man. So anyway, talk about the locomotives. Steve brought up a story I remember Hollywood telling us years ago. For those of you who don't remember, Hollywood was a character on the Bozo Show, and he still called you before he retired, didn't he?
Yeah, he did on a couple, not very often, but a couple of occasions. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, those of you who don't know, Hollywood was in radio before he got into truck driving, and he was business partners with Wolfman Jack.
Yes, he was.
That's right. And if you have to hold me over, we'll go right on the hill.
Got about a minute, so we can keep going here. All right, all right, I'll put him on hold there because we got about a minute before news break. But yeah, old Rick, what was his last name? I remember the story. He worked with none other than Wolfman Jack. Of course, I guess that's where he got into the bling thing. If you ever met Hollywood at any of the truck shows, the guy had more gold and diamonds on it, like a ring on every finger, always had the blingy necklace and all that stuff. That's why he was Hollywood, right? I haven't heard from him in quite some time. Last I saw that his wife, Judy, so I guess he's not doing the best health-wise these days, but all right, let me see here. Around the country as we roll into a Friday. Plenty of room for you as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. It's 844-3388. When we come back, though, we'll finish up with Rambler, of course, under the industry headlines. We got an update. Where are the spot rates? Where are the prices going? Looks like they're continuing to go down. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The CEO of TikTok got grilled Thursday before Congress. Ohio Representative Bob Latta questioned TikTok CEO Shou Chew on keeping teenagers safe on TikTok.
Why did you have to wait till now to make that following commitment now and not having done it before when this 10-year-old lost her life?
Congressman, I'm reiterating the commitment.
During testimony before House panel, Chew discussed the company's efforts to move all U.S. data to domestic servers and said China has never asked for that data. They have no case. That's what former President Trump said on his social media site, Truth Social, about the probe Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is pursuing against him. It involves Trump and alleged money paid to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to cover up an affair. Trump himself announced on social media last weekend that he expected to be placed under arrest this week. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me get back here and back to Rambler. All righty, so yeah, talk of Hollywood, Mr. Bling Bling.
That's right. And you know, he had that Coca-Cola. That thing had to be insured by Lloyd's of London or something, because that, and yes, he had a lot of bling, but the one that stood out to me the most was that necklace he had with the Coca-Cola bottle, and all that was solid gold too. I asked him, I said, "Is that real?" He said, "Yeah, 100% solid gold, Rambler." I said, "Wow."
Yeah.
I know. So Mr. Bling, but yeah, as the story goes, he was actually business partners with Wolfman Jack. This is before the Del Rio, Texas days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is before Wolfman went down to Del Rio and got on that flamethrower that put him all over the country. But as the story goes, they were in business together, and somehow, some way, they had an old locomotive. Now, this is why you need two people to be in the cockpit and two people in a locomotive, because they had this locomotive and it was stationary, and they would have an engineer, an overtired old man. Hollywood said he was old. I mean, old. He'd come up there and he would, get it started for them. And of course, the electricity, that thing, built it out, took that little old station they were on, the little AM station, and made it into a flamethrower. And I remember Hollywood telling me, he's like, man, that thing would put out so much wattage that the fluorescent bulbs we had in the closet would start, lighting up.
True.
He said it would put out so much. But he said, and one day the old man died. He said, and we didn't know how to operate it. We didn't have a clue. So we ended up trying to, two of us trying to figure out. We ended up burning the doggone thing up, and that pretty much ended the business venture he had with Wolfman Jack. Of course, Hollywood went on to work different radio stations, and for what I was told by Bozo, and I've never really had a lot of interaction with your dad, but for what little interaction I ever had with him, he said that back in the day before Hollywood became a truck driver, he was one heck of a DJ. He was your classic motor mouth, play the stacks, the stacks and stacks, best of tracks, this, that, and the other, and was pretty good at his job, being a DJ back then. But yeah, I thought that was an interesting story that he told. Ended up going out of business because it didn't have someone else to operate the locomotive that pumped out all that wattage that made that station into a flamethrower. But yeah, last time I heard anything from them, I reached out to Judy Rickey when Squirrel passed away. Mm-hmm. And like I said, I when Squirrel was with us, and I had very little interaction with Squirrel too. But God, he was someone that when you met the first time, you felt like you knew him forever. I mean, he was that type of a person. And you would know more than any of us, Steve. And so would Monkey Gouger. He would know because they were the best of friends, too. So, yeah, and I know they were in the process of moving. I don't know where they were moving to, but she told me she would try to get him to stay awake. And she normally goes to bed, 8:30 Central Time. She would try to get him to stay awake and call in one night. But I guess these days he can't stay awake no more, or just wants to just leave it all behind and everything like that. And I remember y'all were disc golf. I remember you taught him how to play disc golf. I remember correctly.
I did get him out there. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I actually got Brooklyn out there a couple of times. Yoda and Hershey Bar, I think it was, came over once, and I took them out disc golfing. And you're right. There was one occasion. Hollywood sucked at it, but he gave it a try anyway.
Yeah, wasn't he like on one leg trying to throw the disc and he fell over and rolled like a
Yep.
rolled in a dirt?
Yep, sure did.
I know. I told my wife, because I hadn't disc golfed in forever myself. I said, I need to get back out there and disc golf. I said, I ain't done it forever, and I pretty much suck at it too, but it's still fun. Go out there and. Basically, if you don't know what disc golf is, it's more of a heavy style frisbee. You can get them at Academy Sports, and you just got to practice. I mean, if you hit, the entire basket, all them chains, I mean, you've done something there. And I never did that, what would be called, I guess, a hole in one,
right?
In golf, net in one in disc golf. Never have done that. I think I may have hit or got close to the basket once or twice, but it's been a long time.
Yeah.
And I need to get back out there, 'cause it is fun. It is good exercise. But yeah, man, oh Hollywood, God bless him, and I hope his health is doing good, and I wish he would call in one night. And I know you got the Mid-America Truck Show, and I know probably Maverick will be out there. I know he comes every year to see you, and hopefully his health is still holding up and doing good. And, you know, Brooklyn and Yoda, they both have left us. I know Sylvester from the land down under,
Yes.
him and Yoda were pretty tight.
Yes,
you know?
they were. Yeah.
Yeah, so. But Lord have mercy, Steve, you know, we've been busy at Determined Ministries Church. You know, I'm looking for at least 10 pews or some stackable chairs. That's we're going to be putting that in there, and we're going to get ready to have live in-person service. And we're looking forward to that on Easter Sunday. Man, we can't wait. You know, we ordered these, Steve, they make these pre-filled cups now, and I'll send you a picture of it when I get back home. I don't know if you ever seen them. It's communion cups. And it's these little bitty cups that have grape juice in them, but on the top you got the leavened bread, you know, the unleavened bread, little wafer you can peel off. So you can like peel the top, get that, and you peel the other piece of the plastic, and you got your grape juice you can take. So, you know, we got that, and it's going to be awesome, and we're really looking forward to it. And of course, we broadcast live every Sunday night. Of course, you know, Steve, we're nothing like y'all. I mean, we just. Basically, just a couple of cell phones and, you know, just an old fat bearded man losing his hair, has to wear glasses now, stands behind the pulpit and just preaches what God gives him to preach. And, man, if you could just join us, Determined Ministries Church, we go live at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time every Sunday night. And that's what we do, man. You know, I don't sit there and seek my will. I seek God's will. And I preach what God gives me to preach. And I don't pull no punches. You know, Steve, I just surrender myself to him, and I'll let him use this vessel and get the message out. But what makes me even more happy is there's another program that comes on after.
Oh, yeah?
You know what that is?
Yeah, a couple hours later, I think that would be some guy named, what is it, Steve Summers? Steve Summers Overnight Drive, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati, Ohio. And you mentioned O'Reilly Auto Parts and getting your hot shot secret. Do you realize, you know, and I'm going to put this up to the challenge. Anybody that's with Determined Ministries Church that will stay up and listen to you afterwards, if you're a first-time caller, call in to Steve Summers Show. You ain't got to mention our church or nothing like that, but be a first-time caller and at least mention the fact that you are a first-time caller. And, Steve, if you are a first-time caller to the Steve Summers Show and the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, you will get a $60 voucher good for Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator. Am I correct?
Pretty much anything you'd want to purchase from HotShotSecret.com. That is correct. $60. Get you to try the products. Yep.
That's right. And, Steve, I always try and make mention of that at the end of our broadcast, you know, at the end of our service, you know, to try and call you up and everything like that. So give him a shot on Sunday nights. Sometimes he's lonely. Give us a chance to, like I said, we're preaching the gospel, you know, and I love you, God's children. I really do. But don't ever come to Determined Ministries Church thinking I'm just going to tell you what you want to hear and give you the good, feel good, and the little doodads go up and down your neck. No, I'm not going to conform or twist this gospel message for anybody. Whatever God gives, it gets preached. And that's all I have to say about that. But I do love you. Remember this, I'm not your judge. God is your judge. All right? He's the one that has your judgment in the palm of his hands, not me. I want you to come on to church. I want you to feel welcomed, and I want you to feel loved. And if you're bothered by anything, don't blame me. Search yourself. Search yourself and think, maybe there's some things I need to be doing, because that's the Holy Ghost conviction being placed upon you. But, Steve, you have a great weekend. God bless you, everyone. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and we do, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I know I do. God bless you, Steve. Everyone, God bless you. You have a great weekend.
Hey,
we'll talk to you later.
One final footnote there, brother. If you could, I just wanted to pass on. Doc Holliday posted, you know, he had his injury last week. He got all the screws and everything.
I saw that.
He did make a post this past evening that he's something akin to, he remembers the message where two or more are gathered in his name. He said, for those who
Yes.
believe, please say a prayer for me that this pain will be eased. So maybe just put Doc Holliday on your list this weekend.
I will, and I'll if you could you email or message me his real name, that way I ain't got to put him down as Doc Holliday, 'cause
Okay.
most folks would be like, I'm your Huckleberry Win.
There you go. I'll see if I can get you a message on that. All right, will do. Thank you so much, Rambler. Have a great weekend. God bless, as they say. Speaking of Mid-America Truck Show, it's good to hear from Q-Ball earlier, but he said, Steve, I'm going to be at the Mid-America this year. I'll be doing a meet and greet at the Green APU booth on Thursday from 3 to 5. I'd like to come down to you guys, maybe cross-promote your show on my YouTube channel, if that's cool with you. Well, absolutely, Q-Ball, hello. He said, I'll have my camera gear with me. And so, yeah, it'd be great to meet you in person. I've talked to Q-Ball for so many years. Of course, I know what you look like, because yeah, seeing the YouTube channel and all. But, yeah, we've got slots open there. Yeah, whatever day you want to come by. So, yeah, I'll try to work out a time, because we do have, reserved, like booked, interviews slated with like Toby Young and Ellen Boya with the women in trucking and all that, like we typically do. But yeah, it's 5 hours, 3 days in a row. There's a lot of time to try to fill there. So love to have you come by. Looking forward to meeting Tom Kelly as well, and learn more about the Truckers Final Mile. And it is 844-844-3388. Head on over to Steve, Columbus, Ohio. Friday, finally here. We're looking forward to what we hope will be a restful weekend. I'm sure your local listings will agree. All I know, it's going to be very wet out here today. Anyway, time to head in to see what we can find in the trash, other than rainwater. Everybody enjoy the day and have a great weekend. And I heard back from Shorty. I was talking about his jackpot that he hit there at the casino last weekend. He said, Steve, I guess they have to fill out the form. You got to pay your taxes on that and whatnot. He said, when I walked away with $9,000, I thought they would write me a check. No. They paid me with $100 bills. When I walked out of there, I had a wad of money that looked like I'd taken 3 Viagra pills. $9,000 in cash. How about that? And lastly, happy Friday Coffee Up Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. All right, well, last day before starting the 2-week Easter break for us. So I'm looking forward to a lot of relaxing and spring cleaning to do. But here we are, a mild 46 in Fort Wayne, 43 in Sterling Heights. Yeah, here we go, off to do that flip. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back. Oh, only 276 days till Christmas. Vic, we'll check in with Vic coming up right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's head on over somewhere in the Hoosier State. Hey, Vic, what's happening?
Oh, well, it's raining pretty good right now. But I know you're short on time, but I'm just kind of curious. Is the Doc Holliday here, is he related to the Doc Holliday, the gunfighter and gambler, or did he ever say?
I don't think so. I think that's just a handle he picked up some years ago. I'll be your Huckleberry, you know?
Oh, okay.
It's because
well,
he likes all
from...
that time he spends in the casino playing poker. Isn't that what Doc Holliday was all about, playing poker?
Yeah, actually. Is Doc Holliday the one that always says the smartest man in the world?
That's him. Yes, it may very well be the smartest man in the world.
Okay. Well, actually, the actual original Doc Holliday, he did complete dental school in Philadelphia, but they wouldn't give him a degree because he wasn't 21 yet. So he kicked around and practiced with different people and one thing and another. I kind of like to go back to the old Wild West, so to speak. So I was just kind of curious. And supposedly, within his family, the woman that wrote Gone with the Wind, she was somehow connected up with him. And it was a true story with Doc Holliday. And the whole thing was based on the plantation that they owned and everything. So for what that's worth, a bit of worthless trivia to a lot of people. But anyway, when Q-Ball was talking about the news deflection, I would agree with him up to a point, and I really believe that they leaked that to Trump. Remember, first thing Trump wanted to do was organize a protest, and it's like, what is he going to have? What is Trump going to have to get through his head to understand? They're waiting for you, buddy, you know. And I believe that prosecutor realized, I got a big nothing burger here, and I've got to try to do something to keep me in the news. And I really believe that was what he did. And then whenever Trump didn't organize a protest or couldn't or whatever, it didn't materialize. And instead, everybody started looking at the whole thing. And I believe somebody in Congress might have got a hold of him and said, hey, if you win this case, you do realize we have a slush fund to pay off people that feel like they've been sexually harassed, abused, or whatever. So we're going to have to put that into our contributions on the FEC forms. So I think really that prosecutor is just trying to figure out some way that he can weasel out of it, claim some type of a victory over something, what it is, I don't know. But by and large, I really think that they thought Trump would get a protest organized, and most people, after they've seen what happened with the J6 people, it's like, I'm not going near a protest because I know they'll trump up charges or I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, but well, there are trumped up charges. So I think just everything didn't quite go the way they did, and now then other things are coming out, and some of the stuff that they pushed off the news. Did you see where that the London Metal Exchange found out that one of their people had...
It was all rocks. What was it, like 52 metric tons of what was supposed to be nickel, but turned out to be rocks?
That's correct. And there's 200 tons of uranium missing in Libya. Then they're having of course, like I said, we're having all this rain and everything here. Now they're going to have the opposite problem that they had last fall. And with, what's his name, Powell always raising the interest rate to try to get down inflation. That's causing massive inflation in other countries. and they can't raise up the dollars to buy our products. The last time I looked, I think Argentina had like a 1,000% inflation. And they're back there last fall, whenever people were fussing about they were trying to get down the Mississippi, actually there was a processing plant in Arkansas that had bought some soybeans out of Brazil and Argentina because on the currency exchange they were so much cheaper, except they couldn't get them there. So I don't know what finally came about on that. But that's just a few of the stories. And like commodity traders that went for, I think it's close to 2 months now, and we haven't had a commitment of trade report. So we don't know who's doing what, where, or who holds all the contracts or anything of that nature. And I don't know if I sent you a thing or not, but you were talking about, way back when you were talking about manipulating the markets. Well, come to find out, in the agricultural markets there were, and it was a company in Fort Wayne. It's the most sued company in the state of Indiana. And they had McDonald's, Kroger, Aldi, and Cisco Food Services all went out hard this company to file suit against them. Then Cisco, the food company, they decided they didn't want to go along with it. Now the company they hired is suing Cisco, saying, no, you can't make a separate agreement with it. Go you hard us. So I'm at a long story short, I'm at a total loss which way to jump because you're not getting good information on anything. And I've kind of found it interesting that when Dave Stockman was Reagan's budget director, he was on and he said something about, well, they really need to raise interest rates higher. It's bad that people with credit cards are having to pay 20% interest. And I thought, I believe you better look at that again. I think there's a lot of people out there that are, if they're locked into some of these credit cards, they're up to 33% that I see when I get my monthly statement.
Right.
And the other thing is, if you get a bad credit rating, now the insurance companies, they want to raise your rate.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where Powell is going with all this stuff, but I guess he's not going to quit until everybody's so broke.
Yeah, well, and it becomes a vicious cycle. Yeah. Hey, Vic, great to hear from you. Have a good weekend. And I don't know if he's going to make it down to the Mid-America this year. He's made it down several years in the past, but we'll find out. Have a great weekend yourself. Thanks for being with us on the Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams, give me my dreams.